Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy you are here today. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We talk about simple and important topics. Today, our topic is scamming. Maybe you heard this word before. Maybe you did not. Do not worry. We will explain everything step by step. My friend Mark is here with me today. He knows a lot about this topic. We will talk together and make it easy to understand. So please relax, listen carefully, and enjoy our conversation. Let us begin.
Hi, everybody. I am Mark, and I'm so glad to be here with Anna today. Scamming is a very important topic. It happens every day, all around the world. Many people lose money because of scams. Many people feel sad and embarrassed after a scam. But if you know about scams, you can protect yourself. You can protect your family, too. Anna and I will use simple words today. We want everyone to understand. If you hear a word you do not know, do not stop listening. We will explain it. Okay, let us start our conversation.
So, Mark, let us start with the basics. What is a scam? Can you explain it in simple words? I think some of our listeners do not know this word yet. A scam is something bad, right? It's when someone tries to take something from you, like money or personal information. Is that correct? I want to make sure our listeners understand from the very beginning. Scams can be very confusing. Sometimes people do not even know they are in a scam. That is why it is so important to talk about this. Please explain it for us, Mark.
Yes, Anna, you are right. A scam is when a person or a group of people tries to trick you. They want to take your money or your personal information. They do this by lying. They pretend to be someone they are not. For example, they might say, "I'm from the bank," but they are not from the bank. They are lying. The goal of a scammer is to get something from you without you knowing. Scams can happen on the phone, on the internet, or even in person. They happen everywhere. That is why we need to learn about them. Knowledge is the best protection.
That is a great explanation. So scammers are people who lie to get money or information. Mark, I have a question. Are scams new? Did scams happen a long time ago too? Or is this something that started because of the internet? I am curious because today we hear about scams on our phones and computers, but maybe scams are not a new thing. Maybe people were scamming even hundreds of years ago. I think it is interesting to know the history a little. Can you tell us something about that? Even a simple explanation is fine.
Great question, Anna. Scams are not new at all. People have been scamming others for hundreds and hundreds of years. A very old scam is the shell game. In this trick, a person hides a ball under 3 cups. They move the cups very fast. You try to guess where the ball is, but the scammer cheats. You almost always lose money. Another old scam is selling fake medicines. People sold water and said it could cure any sickness. Of course, it did not work. So yes, scams are very old. Today, scammers just use new tools like phones and the internet. But the idea is the same. They lie to get your money.
Wow, that is very interesting. So scams have been around for a very long time. Okay, Mark, let us talk about today's scams. What are the most common scams right now? I think many of our listeners have seen or heard about some of them. Maybe they received a strange phone call, or maybe they got a weird email. I personally get strange messages sometimes on my phone. It is a little scary. I do not always know if something is real or fake. So what are the most common types of scams that people see today? Please share some examples.
Sure, Anna. There are many common scams today. The first one is the phishing scam. In this scam, someone sends you a fake email or message. It looks like it is from a real company, like a bank or a store. The message says, "Click this link and enter your password." But if you click it, they steal your information. Another common scam is the lottery scam. You get a message that says you won a prize, but to get the prize, you must pay a fee first. Of course, there is no prize. Another one is the tech support scam. Someone calls and says your computer has a problem. They ask to access your computer. Then they steal your information. These are very common today.
Oh, I have heard of phishing before. That word always sounds funny to me. Phishing. It sounds like fishing, right? Like fishing in the water. But instead of catching fish, scammers are trying to catch people. Mark, do you think this is where the word comes from? Also, I want to ask, why do so many people fall for these scams? Sometimes I see a scam message and I think, that is so obviously fake. But I know that many people believe these messages. Why is it so easy to trick people? Can you explain?
Yes, Anna, you are right. Phishing does come from the word fishing. Scammers are fishing for victims, just like catching fish. It is a clever word. Now, why do people fall for scams? There are a few reasons. First, scammers are very good at lying. They practice a lot. They know what words to use. Second, they often create fear or excitement. For example, your account is in danger. Act now. When people feel scared, they do not think carefully. They just react. Third, some people are lonely or sad, and scammers pretend to be their friend. This makes it easy to trick them. Scammers understand human feelings very well. That is why it works.
That makes a lot of sense. Scammers use fear and emotion to trick people. That is very clever, but in a bad way. Mark, let us talk about a specific type of scam. I want to ask about romance scams. I have heard this term before. I think it is when someone pretends to love you online, but it is all fake. Is that right? I feel very sad when I hear about romance scams. People are looking for love and friendship, and then someone uses that against them. Can you explain how romance scams work? I think this is important for our listeners to know.
Yes, Anna. Romance scams are very sad and very common. Here's how they work. A person creates a fake profile on a dating app or social media. They use a beautiful photo, usually not their real photo. They start talking to you. They're very kind and sweet. They say they love you very quickly. Then, after some time, they ask for money. Maybe they say they are sick and need help. Or they say they are stuck in another country and need a ticket home. But none of it is true. Everything is a lie. They never had real feelings for you. When you send money, they disappear. Romance scams break people's hearts and take their money. It is very cruel.
That is so heartbreaking. People really think they found love, and then it's all fake. I feel sorry for anyone who experienced this. Mark, let us talk about something a little different now. What about scams that happen over the phone? I know many elderly people, like grandparents, get phone calls from scammers. My grandmother told me once that she got a strange call from someone who said he was from the government. She did not know what to do. What are common phone scams, and why do they target older people especially?
Phone scams are very common, Anna. One of the most famous is the grandparent scam. A scammer calls an elderly person and says, "Grandma, it's me. I'm in trouble. I need money right now. Please do not tell mom or dad." The grandparent thinks it's their grandchild and sends money immediately. Another phone scam is the IRS scam. Someone calls and says, "You owe money to the government. Pay now or the police will come." Of course, this is a lie. The government does not call you like this. Older people are often targeted because they are more trusting and sometimes less familiar with these tricks. That is why we must teach everyone about scams.
Oh, the grandparent scam is terrible. Imagine getting that call and thinking your grandchild is in danger. Of course you want to help. Scammers are really cruel. Mark, I want to ask, what about online shopping scams? I love shopping online, and I know many people do too. But I have heard that some online stores are fake. You pay money, and the product never arrives. Or you receive something completely different from what you ordered. Has this happened to you? And what should people know about shopping safely online? This is very useful for everyday life.
Oh yes, online shopping scams are very real. Fake online stores are everywhere. They look just like real stores. They have nice photos and low prices. That's the trick. The prices are too low. You think you're getting a great deal. You pay and then nothing arrives. Or you get a very cheap, broken product. I have a friend who bought expensive shoes online for a very low price. He waited 2 months and then he received tiny plastic shoes, like toys. He was very angry. So the rule is, if the price looks too good to be true, it probably is a scam. Always buy from stores you know and trust.
Ha, tiny plastic shoes. That is funny, but also very frustrating for your friend. Okay, so we need to be careful about prices that are too low. Mark, let us talk about email scams now. I get so many strange emails. Sometimes they say I won something. Sometimes they say my account is locked. Sometimes they say a prince from another country wants to send me money. That last one always makes me laugh. Have you heard of the Nigerian prince scam? It is very old, but people still fall for it. Can you explain how it works and why people still believe it?
Yes, the Nigerian prince scam is one of the most famous scams in the world. Here's how it works. You get an email from someone who says they are a rich prince or a businessman in another country. They say they have millions of dollars, but they need your help to move the money. If you help them, they will give you a big reward, maybe 10 or 20% of the money. But first, you need to pay a small fee to start the process. Of course, there is no prince and no money. Once you pay, they ask for more money, then more. They keep asking until you stop. It sounds silly, but millions of people have lost money to this scam. It is a very powerful trick.
Wow, millions of people. That is shocking. And it sounds so unbelievable, a prince sending emails asking for help. But I understand now. When people see a huge amount of money, they stop thinking clearly. Greed can be dangerous. Mark, let us talk about social media scams now. I use social media every day. I see advertisements all the time. Sometimes I wonder if they are real. What are common scams on social media? I think young people especially need to know about this because young people spend so much time on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok. What should they watch out for?
Great point, Anna. Social media scams are everywhere. One common scam is the fake giveaway. A fake account pretends to be a famous person or a big company. They say, "We are giving away $1,000. Follow us and share this post to win." But it's all fake. They just want more followers. Another scam is fake influencer products. An account promotes a product with amazing results, like a cream that makes you look 10 years younger in one day. You buy it, and it does nothing. A third scam is investment scams. Someone says, "Give me $100 and I will make it 1,000 in 1 week." Of course, that money disappears. Always be careful with things that sound too good.
Those fake giveaways are everywhere. I see them all the time. And I admit, sometimes they look very real. Mark, I want to ask about something called identity theft. I hear this phrase a lot, but I'm not 100% sure what it means. Does it mean someone steals your personal information and pretends to be you? That sounds very scary. Can you explain what identity theft is, how scammers do it, and what can happen if someone steals your identity? I think this is a very important topic, and our listeners need to know about it.
Yes, Anna, identity theft is very serious. It means someone takes your personal information like your name, your address, your date of birth, or your bank details, and uses it to pretend to be you. For example, they might open a bank account in your name or buy things with your credit card. How do they get your information? Sometimes through phishing emails, sometimes through fake websites. Sometimes they even go through your trash to find old documents with your information. The effects can be very bad. You might lose money. Your credit score might go down. It can take months or years to fix the problem. That is why protecting your personal information is so important.
Going through your trash. I never thought about that. That means we even need to be careful with old papers and documents. Mark, let us talk about something positive now. How can people protect themselves from scams? I think our listeners want to know what they can do. It is good to know about the dangers, but it's also important to know the solutions. What are the most important rules for staying safe? If you had to give just 3 or 4 simple tips, what would they be? Please keep it simple so everyone can remember.
Great idea, Anna. Here are my top tips. Number 1, never give your personal information to someone you do not know. This includes your passwords, bank details, or ID numbers. Number 2, if something sounds too good to be true, like a big prize or a huge investment, it's probably a scam.
Number 3, don't click on links in emails or messages from people you don't know. Go directly to the official website instead. And number 4, take your time. Scammers always try to create urgency. They say act now or only today. A real company will give you time to think. If you feel pressured, that's a warning sign. Stop and think before you do anything.
Those are wonderful tips, simple and easy to remember. I especially like the last one. Take your time. Scammers want you to act fast so you do not think, so slowing down is a great defense. Mark, I want to talk about what to do if you think you are being scammed right now, in the middle of it. What if someone is on the phone with a scammer and they suddenly realize something is wrong? What should they do? Should they say something? Should they just hang up? I think many people do not know how to react in that moment. It can be scary and confusing.
That is a very important question. If you think you are talking to a scammer, the best thing to do is stop the conversation immediately. Just hang up the phone. You do not need to explain or say goodbye. If it's an email or message, do not reply. Do not click any links. Do not give any information. If you already gave some information, like your phone number or email, change your passwords right away. If you gave financial information, like a credit card number, call your bank immediately and tell them what happened. Also, report the scam to the police or a consumer protection agency in your country. Reporting helps protect other people too. Remember, you do not need to feel embarrassed. Scammers are professionals. It can happen to anyone.
That is very reassuring. It can happen to anyone. And you are right, people should not feel embarrassed. Scammers are very clever. Mark, let us talk about what happens after a scam. If someone has already been scammed, they already lost money, what can they do? Can they get their money back? I know some people feel hopeless after a scam. They feel ashamed and do not tell anyone. But I think it's important to speak up. What advice do you have for someone who is already a victim of a scam?
This is so important, Anna. First, I want to say if you were scammed, it is not your fault. Scammers are very good at what they do. They trick smart people every day, so please do not feel ashamed. Now, what can you do? First, report it. Tell the police, tell your bank, tell a consumer protection organization. Some countries have special departments for cybercrime. Second, if you paid by credit card, contact your bank quickly. Sometimes they can stop the payment or return the money. If you paid by wire transfer or gift card, unfortunately, it is very hard to get the money back. Third, warn others. Tell your friends and family so they don't fall into the same trap. Your experience can help others.
That is such good advice. Reporting is so important, not just to help yourself, but to help others too. Mark, I want to ask about gift cards. I heard that scammers love gift cards. Why do scammers ask for gift cards instead of bank transfers? I found this very strange when I first heard about it. A gift card is just for buying things in a store, right? Like an iTunes card or a Google Play card. Why would a scammer want that? And what should people do if someone asks them to pay with a gift card? Is this always a scam?
Excellent question, Anna. Scammers love gift cards for one big reason. They are almost impossible to trace. When you send money by bank transfer, the bank can sometimes find it or stop it. But with a gift card, you just give the numbers on the back of the card. The scammer uses those numbers immediately to get money. It's very fast and very anonymous. That is why scammers say, go to the store, buy a $200 Google Play card, and give me the numbers. Here's the most important rule. No legitimate company, government office, bank, or real person will ever ask you to pay with a gift card. Ever. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, that is 100% a scam. Always.
100% a scam. I love that. That is a rule that is very easy to remember. Mark, let us talk about children and young people now. Are young people at risk from scams? I sometimes think that young people are safer because they grew up with technology, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe young people are also tricked by scammers. What kinds of scams target young people specifically? Are there scams in online games, for example? I know many young people play video games online. Are there scammers in gaming, too?
You are right to ask, Anna.
young people are not always safe. In fact, scammers target young people a lot. In online games, scammers might say, "Give me your account password and I will give you free coins or weapons." Then they take your account and never give it back. Another scam for young people is fake job offers. They send a message on social media saying, "Work from home and earn $500 a week easily." The young person is excited, but then they ask for money first to buy training materials or supplies. Of course, there is no job. Scammers also use social media to create fake profiles and ask young people for personal photos or information. Young people must be careful too.
That is so important to know. Even young people who are very comfortable with technology can be tricked. Mark, I also want to ask about investment scams in more detail. I hear a lot about cryptocurrency scams these days. Many people are interested in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, and scammers use this interest to steal money. How does a cryptocurrency scam work? Is it hard to recognize? I know this might be a little more complicated, but please explain it simply so our A1 and A2 listeners can understand the basic idea.
Sure, Anna. Cryptocurrency scams are very common right now. Here's a simple example. Someone contacts you, maybe on social media, and says, "I know a secret way to make a lot of money with Bitcoin. I already made $10,000. Let me show you how." They seem very friendly. They show you fake screenshots of their profits. They ask you to invest a small amount first, maybe $100. You see your account growing, you invest more, then one day the website disappears, the person disappears, your money is gone. This is called a pig butchering scam. They slowly fatten you up by making you trust them more and more, then they take everything. Always be very careful with investment advice from strangers.
Pig butchering, what a strange and scary name. But it makes sense. They make you feel safe and then take everything. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about scams that happen in real life, not just online or on the phone. Are there scams that happen in person, face-to-face, like on the street, for example? I know some cities have people who try to trick tourists. What kinds of in-person scams should people watch out for, especially if they are traveling to a new city or a new country?
Yes, in-person scams are very real, especially in tourist areas. One classic scam is the gold ring scam. Someone walks up to you on the street and says, "Excuse me, I found this gold ring. I don't need it. You can have it." Then they ask for a small amount of money for a good luck fee. The ring, of course, is not gold. Another scam is the friendship bracelet scam. Someone puts a bracelet on your wrist and then demands money for it. Another common one is fake monks. People dressed like Buddhist monks give you a small gift and then ask for a donation. They are not real monks. In markets, some sellers use tricks with scales to make you think you are getting more than you are. Always be aware of your surroundings.
Oh, I actually saw the friendship bracelet scam when I was traveling in Europe. Someone tried to put a bracelet on my wrist, and I quickly said no and walked away. Now I understand exactly what was happening. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about one more type of scam, job scams. I know many people are looking for jobs, especially young people, and scammers know this. They create fake job advertisements. What does a fake job advertisement look like, and how can someone tell if a job offer is real or fake? This is very practical information that can really help people.
Job scams are a huge problem, Anna. A fake job advertisement usually has these signs. First, the salary is unrealistically high, like earn $2,000 a week working only 2 hours a day from home. Second, they don't require any experience or skills. Real good jobs almost always need some qualifications. Third, they ask you to pay money before you start for training, uniforms, or background checks. Legitimate employers never ask workers to pay before starting. Fourth, the communication is strange, bad grammar in the emails, or they only communicate by WhatsApp or Telegram, not by official company email. Fifth, you can't find information about the company online. If you see these signs, be very careful. Research the company before you apply.
Those are such helpful signs to watch out for. I love how you gave us a clear list. Mark, I think it is also important to talk about how to report a scam. We mentioned this briefly before, but let's go a little deeper. If someone in another country is trying to scam people in your country, who do you even call? Is there a special number? And does reporting actually make a difference? Sometimes people feel like reporting is useless, like nothing will happen. What do you think? Does reporting scams actually help?
Reporting absolutely helps, Anna. Maybe your report alone won't stop a scammer immediately, but when many people report the same scammer, the police and agencies can take action. In most countries, you can report scams to the National Police, the Consumer Protection Agency, or a special cybercrime department. In the United States, for example, you can report to the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. In the UK, there's Action Fraud. In many countries, you can also report scam phone numbers directly to your phone company. Your report adds important data. It helps investigators find patterns and stop criminals. So yes, please report every scam. Even if you didn't lose any money, your information matters.
That is great motivation to report. Every report matters. Mark, before we start wrapping up, I want to ask one more important question. What about people who feel too embarrassed to tell anyone they were scammed? I know this is a real problem. Victims often feel ashamed or stupid. They do not want to tell their family or friends. They keep it secret. But keeping it secret can be dangerous, right? How can we help people feel comfortable talking about scams? And how should friends and family react when someone tells them they were scammed? What is the right way to support them?
This is so important, Anna. Shame is one of the biggest problems after a scam. People feel stupid and do not ask for help. But the truth is, if you were scammed, you are not stupid. Scammers spend years learning how to trick people. It is their full-time job. They are professionals. If a family member or friend tells you they were scammed, please do not laugh or say, "How could you believe that?" That is the worst thing you can do. Instead, listen to them. Tell them it is not their fault. Help them take the next steps, like calling the bank or reporting to the police. Be patient and kind. The emotional pain after a scam can be very real. Support and understanding can make a huge difference.
Beautifully said, Mark. Kindness and support are so important. I think we covered so many great topics today. We talked about what scams are, the history of scams, different types of scams, phone scams, email scams, romance scams, job scams, crypto scams, in-person scams, and more. We talked about how to protect ourselves and what to do if we are scammed. I feel like our listeners have learned so much today. Mark, is there anything else you want to add before we close? Any final thoughts or one last important message for our listeners?
Yes, Anna. My final message is this. Stay curious, stay skeptical, and stay safe. If something feels wrong, trust your feeling. If you're not sure, ask someone you trust before you do anything. Talk to your friends and family about scams. Share the information you learned today. The more people know, the harder it is for scammers to succeed. And remember, scammers want you to feel alone and scared, but you are not alone. There are people who can help you. There are laws to protect you. You have the power to protect yourself and others. Knowledge is your best weapon against scams.
And that brings us to the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for listening to our podcast. I hope you learned something useful and important today. Please share this episode with your friends and family, especially with people who are not so familiar with technology or online scams. They might really need this information. Remember the key lessons. Do not give your personal information to strangers. Think before you click. Take your time and do not let anyone rush you. And if something feels wrong, it probably is. If you have questions or comments, we would love to hear from you. See you next time. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you to all our wonderful listeners. It was a great conversation today. I learned something too, just from talking about all these scam types together. Every day, scammers get smarter, but every day, we can get smarter too. Keep learning, keep sharing, and keep protecting each other. If you enjoyed this episode, please tell a friend about our podcast. That is the best way to help us grow. And as always, if you ever think someone is trying to scam you, stop, breathe, and think.
You have the power to say no. Thank you, goodbye, and take good care of yourselves and the people around you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, I am here with my friend, Mark. We talk about easy topics in English. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We speak slowly and use simple words. Today's topic is very interesting. We talk about wasting time. What does that mean? When you do something but it is not useful or important, you are wasting time. I think everyone does this sometimes. I do it too. So Mark, are you ready to start?
Hi, Anna. Hi, everyone. Yes, I am very ready. Thank you for the nice introduction. I am Mark. I am happy to be here today. This topic is fun because everyone can understand it. We all waste time sometimes. It is a normal part of life. Some people waste a lot of time, some people waste a little time, but nobody is perfect. I think we can learn a lot from talking about this. So, Anna, let's begin. This will be a great conversation. I'm excited.
So Mark, what does wasting time mean to you? Can you explain it in simple words? For me, wasting time means doing something that has no result. For example, I sit and look at my phone for 1 hour. After that, I do not feel good. I did not learn anything. I did not do any work. I just looked at videos and pictures. That is wasting time for me. Sometimes I feel a little sad after doing that, but I still do it. I think it is very easy to waste time. What do you think?
That is a great example, Anna. I agree with you. For me, wasting time means spending time on things that are not important right now. For example, I sometimes watch TV for 3 or 4 hours. I am not tired. I do not need rest. I just sit and watch. After that, I remember my homework or my work and I feel worried. I think, oh no, I need to do that. It's a bad feeling. But in the moment, watching TV feels easy and nice, so it is hard to stop. I think that is why people waste time.
Mark, do you think wasting time is always bad? I sometimes think a little rest is not bad. For example, when I am very tired, I sit and do nothing for 30 minutes. Is that wasting time? I'm not sure. Maybe sometimes we need to rest. We need to stop doing work. Our brain needs a break. So maybe sometimes doing nothing is okay. But if I rest for 4 hours and I am not tired, that is different. That is a problem. What do you think? Is all wasting time bad?
That is a really good question, Anna. I think it depends. If you are tired and you rest, that is not wasting time. That is important for your body and your mind. But if you are not tired and you still do nothing, that is different. You feel bored. You feel empty. That is wasting time. I also think it depends on the person. Some people need more rest. Some people need less. So I don't think all wasting time is bad, but too much is a problem. We need a balance.
What are the most common ways people waste time? I have a few ideas. First, social media. I spend so much time on social media every day. I look at pictures, I read short messages, I watch short videos. Hours can pass very fast. Second, I sometimes talk too much with friends about nothing important. We talk and nothing happens. Third, I sometimes change my plans many times. I think, I will do this later, and later never comes. Do you have more examples?
Yes, I have more examples. First, I sometimes spend a lot of time looking for something. I look for my keys, my phone, my book. I waste 20 minutes every day just looking for things. That is very frustrating. Second, I sometimes start a task but stop many times. I go to the kitchen, I check my phone, I look outside. This is called procrastination. It means you delay doing something. Third, I watch videos online. I want to watch one video, but then another video starts, and another. Suddenly, 2 hours are gone. It's a big problem.
I think social media is a very big reason why people waste time. Do you use social media a lot? I use it every day. In the morning, I check my phone before I get up. I look at messages, I look at pictures. Sometimes 30 minutes pass before I even stand up from my bed. That is not good. I start my day already behind. I think this is very common now. Many people do this. Phones are everywhere. It is very easy to pick up your phone and start scrolling. Scrolling means looking through many things quickly.
Yes, Anna, I do the same thing. In the morning, my phone is next to my bed. I hear a sound and I immediately pick it up. I check messages, news, and social media. Before I know it, it is late. I did not eat breakfast. I did not exercise. I did not prepare for work. The phone took all my morning time. I think phones are wonderful things. They help us with many things, but they can also steal our time. I use the word steal because we do not notice it happening. The time disappears quietly.
Let's talk about procrastination. That word is a little difficult, but the meaning is simple. Procrastination means you delay doing something. You need to do a task, but you say, I will do it later. And later becomes tomorrow, and tomorrow becomes next week. Do you procrastinate, Mark? I procrastinate a lot. I have a list of things to do, but I look at my list and I feel tired just reading it. So I close it and do something easy instead. I think many people know this feeling.
Yes, I know that feeling very well, Anna. I procrastinate most with difficult tasks. If something is easy, I do it fast. But if something is hard, I delay it. I think I need to prepare first, but preparing takes forever. I clean my desk, I make coffee, I organize my papers. After all that, I am tired and it is time to sleep. The hard task is still not done. Procrastination is tricky because you feel busy. You do small things, but the important thing never gets done.
Why do people procrastinate? I think one reason is fear. We are afraid to start something because it might be hard, or we are afraid to fail. If I do not start, I cannot fail. That sounds silly, but I think it is true. Another reason is we do not know where to begin. A big task is scary. We look at it and it feels impossible, so we do nothing. Also, some people do not have energy. They are tired and cannot think clearly, so they delay things until they feel better. But that feeling does not always come.
I agree. Fear is a big reason. Another reason is that our brains like easy things. Doing a difficult task requires a lot of thinking. Watching a video is easy. Our brain says, choose the easy thing, and we do. Also, I think some people do not see the result of their work right away. If you work hard today, you might see the result next week or next month. That feels far away, but a fun video gives you a good feeling right now, so we choose the video. It's about immediate and delayed satisfaction.
Let's talk about a funny kind of wasting time. It is called busy but not productive. This means you look very busy. You move fast, you write things, you make calls, but at the end of the day, nothing important is done. I do this sometimes too. I am busy all day, but then I ask myself, what did I do today? And the answer is not clear. I did many small things. I answered emails, I organized files, but the big important task? I did not touch it. Does this happen to you?
Oh yes, this happens to me often. I call it feeling busy. I have a full day, I am always doing something, but in the evening I look at my important tasks. They are all still there, waiting. I spent all my time on small things. Like, I spent 30 minutes choosing what music to listen to while working. I never even started working. Or I spent 1 hour organizing my email folders, but I did not reply to the important emails. It's a trap. You feel productive, but you are actually avoiding real work.
I want to talk about watching TV and movies. This is another big way people waste time. I love movies. I really do. Sometimes I watch one movie and then another movie starts and I think, just a few more minutes. But a few minutes becomes 2 more hours. Suddenly, it is midnight, I have work tomorrow, I feel tired, but I watched so much. I think this is a very common experience. Streaming apps are very good at keeping us watching. They always show us the next episode automatically. It is very clever, but also dangerous for our time.
Yes, streaming is a big problem for my free time too. I sit down on a Sunday afternoon to watch one episode of a show. The episode is 50 minutes. Then the next one starts automatically, and I do not press stop. 3 episodes later, it is evening. I had plans. I wanted to cook, clean, and call my friend. I did none of those things. The TV took my whole afternoon. And the funny thing is, I don't even remember the first episode clearly. I was half watching, half thinking about other things, so I did not even enjoy it fully.
What about sleeping too much? Is that wasting time? I think sometimes people sleep too much when they feel bored or sad. Sleeping is healthy and important. Adults need around 7 or 8 hours of sleep, but if you sleep 10 or 12 hours because you do not want to do anything, that might be wasting time. I sometimes sleep too much on weekends. I wake up at noon, half the day is gone. I feel heavy and slow, but then I feel bad because the day is short now. Have you experienced sleeping too much?
Yes, I sleep too much sometimes. Usually on weekends or holidays, I go to bed late, then I sleep until very late in the morning. I wake up and it is already afternoon. I feel confused. My body feels strange. This is sometimes called oversleeping. It does not feel good. I am slower for the rest of the day. Also, I think I sleep too much when I do not have a plan. If I know what I will do in the morning, I wake up more easily. But with no plan, I just stay in bed. A plan helps.
Let's talk about shopping, especially online shopping. Do you waste time shopping? I do. I open a shopping website, I want to buy one thing, but I look at so many other things. I add things to my cart, I look at prices, I read reviews. 2 hours later, I bought nothing, or I bought something I do not need. Online shopping is very easy and very distracting. I sometimes go to buy shoes, and then I look at bags, clothes, and kitchen tools. None of these things were on my list. Have you done this?
Yes, online shopping is a big time trap. I open a website to buy a book, I look at the book, then I see other people also bought this. I look at those things, then I see a sale, I check the sale items, then I get distracted by a different category. Before I know it, I spent 2 hours browsing and bought nothing. Sometimes I add many things to my cart and then delete everything because I feel guilty. All that time was wasted. I think online stores are designed to keep us there as long as possible.
I think one reason we waste time is that we do not have a clear plan for our day. When I have a plan, I do more things. I know what to do first, second, third. But when I have no plan, I feel lost. I go from one thing to another. I start something, stop, start something else. At the end of the day, nothing is finished. A plan does not need to be perfect or complicated. Even a simple list of 3 or 4 tasks is helpful. Do you make plans for your day?
I try to make plans. Sometimes I am good at this. I write my tasks the night before. In the morning, I look at my list and I start. On those days, I feel very good. I finish my work and I have free time in the evening. But sometimes I do not make a plan. Those days are usually messy. I wake up and I do not know what to do first. I check my phone. I make coffee slowly. I think about what to do. Time passes. I get stressed. Planning is simple, but it makes a big difference.
Let's talk about meetings. Do you think meetings waste time? I think some meetings are very important, but some meetings are long and unnecessary. I have been in meetings where we talk for 1 hour, but nothing is decided. We discuss the same point again and again. People repeat what others already said. At the end, we agree to have another meeting. I think this is a big problem in many offices and schools. A good meeting is short and has a clear goal. A bad meeting has no direction. What is your experience with meetings?
I agree completely. I think many meetings are too long. Sometimes a simple email can replace a 1-hour meeting, but people prefer to meet and talk. I understand that face-to-face communication is important, but not every problem needs a meeting. I have attended meetings where I did not need to be there. My part was 5 minutes, but I stayed for the whole hour. That is 60 minutes of my life that I did not use well. The best meetings are short, clear, and end with a decision or action. I think everyone should learn how to have shorter meetings.
Now let's talk about something positive. How can we stop wasting time? One thing I try to do is put my phone in another room when I am working. If my phone is next to me, I always want to check it. But if it is in the bedroom and I am in the kitchen working, I do not go to get it every 5 minutes. Out of sight, out of mind. This phrase means if you cannot see something, you think about it less. It really helps me focus. Another thing I do is set a timer. I work for 25 minutes without stopping. Then I rest for 5 minutes.
Those are great tips, Anna. I do some of these too. Another thing that helps me is starting with the most difficult task first. In the morning, my energy is high. My brain works well, so I do the hard thing first. After that, everything else feels easy. If I do easy things first, I get tired. Then the hard task feels even harder. I also try to keep my workspace clean. A messy desk distracts me. I see things and I start thinking about them instead of working, so I clean my desk before I start. Small habits can help a lot.
I want to talk about the concept of time blindness. This means some people do not feel time passing. They do not notice that an hour has passed. It feels like 10 minutes. I think I have this sometimes. I start reading and suddenly 2 hours are gone. I did not notice. I think people who have ADHD often experience this. ADHD is when it is hard to focus and control attention. But even without ADHD, many people do not notice time passing. This is why timers and alarms are very helpful. They tell you when time is up.
That is very interesting, Anna. I think I have time blindness too sometimes, especially when I'm doing something I enjoy. Time flies. But when I do something boring, every minute feels long. This is normal. Our brain experiences time differently based on what we're doing. I think the problem comes when we are doing something fun but unproductive, like playing games or watching videos. Time flies and we do not notice. Then we feel shocked. It is already evening, but I just sat down. Having alarms or timers is a simple and helpful solution.
Let me talk about something called decision fatigue. Every day, we make many, many decisions. What to eat, what to wear, what to do first. All these decisions take mental energy. After many decisions, our brain gets tired. Then we make bad decisions, or we make no decision and we just do nothing. I think this is one reason why people waste time in the afternoon or evening. They used all their energy on decisions during the day, so later they cannot think well. To fix this, some people make small decisions automatic, like eating the same breakfast every day.
That is a really interesting idea, Anna. I think decision fatigue is real. I notice it on busy days. In the morning, I'm sharp and focused, but after lunch, I feel slow. Small things feel hard. I cannot decide what to do next, so I just sit and look at my phone. I think making some decisions in advance is smart, like planning meals for the week or choosing clothes the night before. These small actions save mental energy. Then you can use that energy for important things later. Our brain has a limit, and we should use it wisely.
Do you think boredom causes people to waste time? I think yes. When I am bored, I pick up my phone immediately. I scroll through social media without a real reason. I am not looking for anything specific. I just feel empty, and I want something to fill that feeling. Boredom is very uncomfortable. People do not like to feel bored, so they reach for easy entertainment. But I also read that boredom can be good sometimes. When we are bored, we can be creative. Our brain looks for something interesting. This can lead to new ideas.
I agree. Boredom and wasting time are connected. When I am bored, I often do unproductive things. I eat snacks I do not need. I watch videos I do not really want to watch. I just want to feel something. But I have also experienced what you described. Sometimes when I am bored and I do not pick up my phone, I start thinking creatively. I get ideas. I remember things I want to do. I make plans. So boredom is not always bad, but most people do not let themselves feel bored. They immediately fill the silence with phones and screens.
Let's talk about the difference between rest and wasting time. I think this is important. Rest is necessary. Rest is when you stop working and let your body and mind recover. Examples of rest: sleeping, taking a walk, talking with a friend, listening to music. Wasting time is different. Wasting time gives you no energy. After wasting time, you still feel tired, or you feel guilty. After real rest, you feel better. You have more energy. You are ready to work again. So the question to ask yourself is, do I feel better after this? If yes, it was rest. If no, it was wasting time.
That is a very clear explanation, Anna. I like that test. Do I feel better after this? I will use that. I think for me, a walk outside is always real rest. I come back with more energy and a clearer head, but watching videos for 2 hours, I feel worse. My eyes are tired, I feel slow and a little sad, and I have less time for things I care about. So the videos were wasting time. I also think the intention matters. If I decide to rest and I watch one movie, that is planned rest. But if I watch 4 movies and miss my plans, that is wasting time.
What do you think about video games? Are they wasting time? I know many people love video games. Some people play for fun and relaxation. That is fine, I think. But some people play for 6, 8, 10 hours a day. They skip meals, they do not sleep enough, they ignore their friends and family. That seems like a problem, but I don't want to judge. I think the question is balance. Can you play games and still do your important tasks? If yes, great. If games are taking over your life, that is a problem. What do you think, Mark?
I think video games are like any other activity. The amount of time is the key. I play games sometimes. I enjoy them. Games can be creative and fun. Some games teach problem solving and strategy. But like you said, when gaming takes too much time, it becomes a problem. I have friends who play until 3 or 4 in the morning. They are tired the next day. They miss work or school. They argue with family about this. That is not healthy. I think 2 hours of gaming is fine for most people. More than that can become too much depending on the person.
I want to talk about something that I think is important: comparison and social media. When I scroll through social media, I see people's perfect lives, beautiful photos, nice holidays, success stories. I start comparing myself to them. Why am I not doing that? Why do I not have that? And I feel bad about my own life. This makes me want to scroll more, looking for something to feel better. But the feeling doesn't get better. It gets worse. So I am wasting time and feeling bad. It's a double problem. Do you compare yourself to others online?
Yes, I do sometimes. It's very natural. We see what other people share, and we forget that people only share the best moments. Nobody posts a picture when they feel sad or lazy. Nobody shows their failures online. So social media gives us a false picture of life. Everyone looks successful and happy, and we compare our real life to their highlights. That's not fair to ourselves. I think it is good to take breaks from social media. Sometimes I delete the apps for 1 week. I feel much better. I have more time, and I stop comparing myself to others.
Let's talk about the morning. How you start your day can decide how you use your time. Some people wake up and immediately look at their phone. This can cause stress right away. You read bad news, you see emails, you start worrying before you even get up. This is not a good way to start the day. Other people wake up and do something calm first. Drink water, stretch, walk outside, eat breakfast slowly. This helps the brain start well. I am trying to not look at my phone for the first 30 minutes after waking up. It is difficult, but helpful.
I think the morning is very important. I used to check my phone immediately. My first thought of the day was someone else's message or some news story.
It put me in a reactive mood. I was responding to others before I even thought about my own day. Now I try to have a morning routine without my phone. I drink water, I do some light exercise, I eat breakfast. I look at my plan for the day. After that, I check my phone. This small change helped me a lot. I feel more in control of my day. I waste less time because I start with intention.
What do successful people say about time? I have read some things about this. Many successful people protect their time very carefully. They say no to things that are not important. They do not go to every meeting. They do not answer every email immediately. They choose what to spend time on. I think saying no is a very important skill. Many people feel bad saying no. They say yes to everything, and then they have no time for their own goals. Learning to say no politely is a big part of managing your time well. I am still learning this.
Yes, saying no is very hard. I find it difficult too. I want to be helpful to everyone, so when someone asks me for something, I usually say yes. But then I have too many things to do, and I do not do any of them well. I rush, I make mistakes, I feel stressed. I have heard that saying no is a form of respect for yourself and for the other person. If you say yes but cannot do it well, that is also bad. It is better to say no clearly than to say yes and disappoint someone. I am practicing this.
Let's talk about clutter. Physical clutter, like a messy room or desk. Does a messy environment make you waste time? I think yes. When my room is messy, I cannot focus. I look at the mess and I feel overwhelmed. I cannot start working. I think I should clean first. But then cleaning takes 1 hour, and after cleaning, I am tired, and my work is still not done. Also, I waste time looking for things in a messy space. Where is my charger? Where is my notebook? These small searches add up. A clean space helps me work faster and better.
I completely agree. A clean space is very important for me too. When my desk is clean, I feel clear. My brain is calm. I can focus. But when there are papers and cups and other things everywhere, my brain feels the same way, messy. I read that our environment affects our mood and concentration. This makes sense to me. I now spend 10 minutes every evening cleaning my desk. It takes very little time, but the next morning I start in a good place. This small habit saves me time and energy every day. The environment around us matters.
Let's talk about how smartphones changed our relationship with time. Before smartphones, people had to wait in lines or on trains with nothing to do. They looked out the window, they thought, they talked to strangers, they were bored. Now, everyone has a phone. The moment there's a free second, we look at our phones. We never need to be bored or empty. But I wonder if we are missing something. Time to think, time to be creative, time to notice the world around us. Our phones filled all our empty time. Maybe some empty time was good for us.
That is a beautiful and interesting thought, Anna. I agree. We are never truly bored now. And I think this is actually a problem. Ideas often come when we are resting or doing nothing. Scientists, writers, and artists often talk about this. Their best ideas came in the shower, on a walk, or before sleeping. These moments of doing nothing are actually important for the brain. But now we fill every quiet moment with a phone, so we have fewer moments of real thinking. I think we should protect some empty time every day. Just sit and think. Do nothing digital.
I want to share a concept called time affluence. This means feeling like you have enough time. People who feel rich in time are happier. They are less stressed. They enjoy their activities more. But many people feel time poor. They always feel busy and rushed. Interesting research shows that helping other people can make you feel like you have more time. It sounds strange, but when you give your time to others, you feel more in control of your time. I think this is because helping others makes us feel effective, and effectiveness makes us feel less rushed.
That is fascinating. I have not heard that before. I usually think helping others takes time away from me, but you say it actually makes us feel richer in time? I want to try that. Maybe volunteering or helping a friend with a problem. I think it also connects to purpose. When we feel our time has meaning, it feels well spent. If I help someone and it makes a difference, I do not feel like I wasted those hours. Compare that to watching videos for hours. I have nothing to show for that time. Purpose and meaning make time feel valuable.
Let me talk about a practical technique. It is called the 2-minute rule. The idea is simple. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. Do not put it on your to-do list, just do it now. For example, reply to a short message. Put a cup in the dishwasher. Write one sentence in your notebook. These tiny tasks seem small, but if you delay them, they pile up. Then your to-do list is full of tiny tasks and it feels heavy. The 2-minute rule keeps small things from becoming big problems. I use this and it really helps.
I love this rule. It is so simple but effective. I have started doing this too. If I see something that needs a quick action, I do it right away. Before, I used to think, I will do that later. But later never came. The small tasks grew into a big pile. Then I felt overwhelmed. Now, if I can do something in 2 minutes, I just do it. My life is neater, my to-do list has fewer things, and I feel more in control. I think simple strategies like this are the best. They don't require big changes, just small adjustments every day.
Let's talk about what we truly value. I think we waste time on things we don't really care about, but we say we are too busy for things we love. This is a contradiction. I say I have no time to read, but I spend 2 hours on social media. That's not about time, that's about priorities. If I really want to read, I can replace 30 minutes of social media with reading. The time is there, I just choose to use it differently. So maybe the question isn't not, do I have time, but what do I choose to spend my time on?
That is a very important point, Anna. I think this is the heart of the topic. We all have the same 24 hours, but we choose how to use them. When I say I don't have time, I'm really saying that's not my priority. That's honest, but maybe a little uncomfortable, because it makes me responsible. I can't blame my schedule. I make the choices. So if I want to exercise, I need to choose exercise over something else. This thinking is empowering, but also challenging. It puts control back in our hands, and that's a good thing.
Let's talk about the weekend. For many people, the weekend is for rest. But sometimes the weekend passes and we feel like we did nothing. Sunday evening comes and we think, what happened to Saturday and Sunday? We slept late, we watched TV, we ate slowly, we talked a little, but we didn't do the things we planned. We wanted to clean the house, call a friend, go outside, or start a hobby. And then Monday is here again. This disappeared weekend feeling is very common. Do you know this feeling?
Yes, I know this feeling very well. I call it Sunday sadness. You feel that the weekend ended before it really began. I think the problem is we have no plan. We think, I will rest and then do things. But rest is comfortable and the things never happen. I now try to plan 1 or 2 small goals for the weekend. Not too many, just 1 or 2. Maybe cook a new recipe or go for a long walk. Having one goal makes the weekend feel meaningful. And I still rest, but the weekend doesn't disappear completely. It has some shape and purpose.
I want to talk about guilt. When we waste time, we often feel guilty. We know we should be doing something else. And that guilty feeling is not nice. But here is something interesting. Feeling guilty does not help us stop wasting time. It actually makes things worse sometimes. When I feel guilty, I feel bad. And when I feel bad, I want to feel better. So I watch more videos or scroll more. The guilt creates more wasting. I think a better approach is to notice what happened without judgment. Okay, I wasted 2 hours. That is okay. What can I do now?
That is very wise, Anna. I think self-compassion is important here. If you are always angry at yourself for wasting time, you create stress. Stress makes focus harder, and then you waste more time. It's a cycle. I try to be kind to myself when I waste time. I say, everyone does this, I can start fresh. This is much more helpful than I'm so lazy, I wasted the whole day. Negative self-talk does not motivate us. It just makes us feel bad. Kindness to yourself is not weakness. It is a strategy for doing better next time.
Let's talk about the role of sleep in wasting time. When I do not sleep enough, I waste a lot of time the next day. I cannot focus, I move slowly, I make mistakes, I need to read things 3 times to understand. A task that takes 30 minutes when I'm rested takes 1 hour when I'm tired. So poor sleep actually creates wasted time. And then I feel bad in the evening and I stay up late, and then I am tired again the next day. It's a bad cycle. Good sleep is one of the best ways to protect your time. It sounds simple, but it is true.
That is so true. Sleep is foundational. Everything depends on it. When I sleep well, I am fast, clear, and energetic. I finish things quickly. I have time left over. But after a bad night, I am slow and distracted. I drink too much coffee. I sit at my desk, but nothing gets done. I look at my phone more. I eat more sugar to feel energy. All of this is wasting time and also hurting my health. I now try to go to sleep at the same time every night. This consistency helps my body know when to rest. A good sleep schedule is a real time saver.
Let me share a reflection. We talked about many ways people waste time: social media, procrastination, screens, no plans, messy spaces, bad sleep, meetings. But I think the biggest reason is disconnection from our own values. When we know what we truly want in life, it is easier to say no to distractions. When I feel lost or empty, I waste more time. When I have a goal I care about, I waste less time. So maybe the deepest solution is not a time management trick. It's asking yourself, what do I really want? What matters to me? And then living in that direction.
That is beautifully said, Anna. I agree deeply. Time management systems and apps can help. Timers and to-do lists can help. But without knowing your why, you will still get lost. You will still scroll and procrastinate. But if you have a clear reason to use your time well, everything changes. You wake up with intention. You make choices on purpose. You protect your time like something precious, because it is. Time is the one thing we cannot get back. Every minute spent is gone forever. So we should use it in ways that reflect what we truly love and value.
We are getting close to the end of our podcast today. I want to say thank you to everyone who listened. I hope this conversation was helpful and easy to understand. We talked in simple English, I hope. We covered many topics about wasting time, from social media to procrastination, from sleep to values. I learned things from this conversation too. Talking with Mark always helps me think better. I hope you feel the same. Remember, you do not need to be perfect with your time. Small improvements are good enough. Even using your time a little better each day makes a big difference.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. I really enjoyed today's conversation. It made me think about my own habits. I know I waste time too, but I also know I can do better. And hearing Anna's thoughts helped me understand new ideas. I hope you, our listeners, also found something useful. Maybe one tip that you can use starting today. Remember, time is precious. It's the same for everyone. Rich or poor, young or old, we all have 24 hours. How we use them is up to us. Thank you for spending some of your time with us today. See you next time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. Today's topic is very important and very personal. We are going to talk about self-respect. Maybe you know this word, or maybe it is new to you. Self-respect means that you value yourself. It means you treat yourself well, and you believe you are important. This is a big topic, but we will use simple English today, so don't worry. I am here with my wonderful co-host, Mark. We will share ideas, stories, and tips together. I hope this podcast helps you feel good about yourself. Hi, Mark. How are you today? Are you ready to talk about self-respect?
Hi, Anna. I'm doing great, thank you. Hello to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, I am very ready. Self-respect is one of my favorite topics. I think it is something every person needs to understand, young or old. When I was younger, I did not always respect myself. I let people treat me badly sometimes. I said yes when I wanted to say no. It took time to learn that I have value.
Now I feel much stronger. I hope today's conversation will help our listeners feel stronger too. This podcast is in simple English, so it is great for beginners. Don't be afraid to listen many times and learn new words. Let's start, Anna. What does self-respect mean to you personally?
Great question, Mark. To me, self-respect means that I know I have value. I am not perfect, nobody is, but I am still important. I think self-respect is like a foundation. If you have a strong foundation, you can build a good life on top of it. If the foundation is weak, everything else falls down. When I respect myself, I make better choices. I choose good friends, I eat well, I sleep enough, I say no when something feels wrong. I also don't let people speak badly to me. I believe every person deserves kindness and respect, including from themselves. What do you think is the difference between self-respect and being proud or arrogant, Mark?
That is a very good question. I think self-respect and arrogance are very different things. Self-respect means you know your value, but you also respect others. Arrogance means you think you are better than other people. An arrogant person says, "I am the best." A person with self-respect says, "I am good enough, and so are you." Self-respect is quiet and calm. Arrogance is loud and unkind. I think many people confuse these two things. They are afraid to respect themselves because they don't want to seem arrogant. But that is not right. You can be humble and still have strong self-respect. In fact, I think truly humble people have the strongest self-respect. Do you agree, Anna?
Yes, I completely agree. Humble people know their value, but they don't need to show it loudly. They don't need other people to say, "You are great," because they already believe it inside. I think self-respect starts from inside you, not from other people. This is a very important idea. Many people wait for others to tell them they are good. They need compliments every day to feel okay. But if your self-respect comes from outside, it is not stable. Today, someone says something nice, and you feel good. Tomorrow, no one says anything, and you feel bad. Real self-respect does not change like the weather. It is steady. It comes from knowing yourself and accepting yourself. Mark, how do you build self-respect? Where does it come from?
I think self-respect is built through actions and habits. When I do what I say I will do, I respect myself more. For example, if I say, "I will exercise tomorrow," and then I actually do it, I feel proud of myself. That small action builds self-respect. But if I say it and don't do it, I feel disappointed in myself. Over time, that disappointment grows. So one big way to build self-respect is to keep your promises, especially the promises you make to yourself. I also think that knowing your values helps. What is important to you? What do you believe is right or wrong? When you live according to your values, you feel strong inside. Do you have a daily habit that helps your self-respect, Anna?
Yes, I have a few habits that really help me. Every morning, I spend 5 minutes just sitting quietly. I don't look at my phone right away. I take a breath and think about one thing I am grateful for and one thing I like about myself. It sounds simple, but it really helps me start the day feeling positive. Another habit is writing in a journal. I write about my feelings, my thoughts, and my small successes. When I look back at my journal, I see how much I have grown. It reminds me that I am trying, and trying is enough. I think many people forget their own progress. They only see what they haven't done, not what they have done. That's hard on self-respect. What do you think hurts self-respect the most, Mark?
I think the thing that hurts self-respect the most is negative self-talk. That means the bad things we say to ourselves in our own head. For example, "I am stupid," "I am ugly," "nobody likes me," or "I can never do anything right." These thoughts are like little voices, and if we listen to them too much, we start to believe them. The sad thing is, we would never say these things to a friend. If a friend made a mistake, we would say, "It's okay, try again." But we say very cruel things to ourselves. I think we must practice being kind to ourselves the same way we are kind to others. If you catch yourself saying something mean to yourself, stop. Change it to something kinder.
Have you experienced negative self-talk, Anna?
Oh, absolutely. I think everyone has. When I was in school, I was very hard on myself. If I got a bad grade, I would say, "You are so stupid, Anna." I would not eat well, I would not sleep, I would just feel terrible for days. Looking back, I was very unkind to myself. One thing that helped me was a teacher who told me, "Anna, you are not your grades. You are so much more than that." Those words stayed with me for a long time. I think we all need someone like that in our lives, someone who reminds us of our worth. But we also need to be that person for ourselves. We cannot always wait for someone else to be kind to us. We must be kind to ourselves first. Mark, did anyone ever help you see your own value?
Yes, my older brother helped me a lot. When I was about 16, I had a group of friends who were not very nice. They made fun of me sometimes. They called me names. I thought that was just normal because they were my friends. My brother saw what was happening and he said, "Mark, friends do not treat each other this way. You deserve better." At first, I didn't believe him. I thought maybe I was the problem. But slowly, I understood that I was allowing people to disrespect me because I didn't respect myself. That was a turning point for me. I slowly changed my friends. I started to choose people who treated me well. And when I was around kinder people, I started to feel better about myself too. Do the people around us really affect our self-respect, Anna?
Absolutely, they do. The people around us have a huge effect on how we feel about ourselves. If you spend time with people who criticize you, put you down, or make you feel small, your self-respect will slowly get weaker. But if you are around people who support you, encourage you, and treat you with kindness, your self-respect grows. I think of it like a plant. If you put a plant in dark, cold conditions, it will die. But if you give it sunlight and water, it will grow beautifully. We are the same. Our environment matters. This is why choosing your friends carefully is so important. It is not about being selfish. It is about protecting your inner world. Have you ever had to end a friendship because it was hurting your self-respect?
Yes, and it was one of the hardest things I ever did. I had a friend, let's call him Dan, for almost 6 years. At first, our friendship was fun, but slowly he became more and more negative. He always criticized my ideas. He said things like, "That will never work," or "You always make mistakes." After spending time with him, I always felt tired and sad. I tried to talk to him about it, but nothing changed. Finally, I decided to slowly step away from the friendship. I felt guilty at first. I thought, is it wrong to leave? But then I realized protecting your peace is not selfish. It is necessary. After I stopped seeing Dan, I felt lighter and more confident. My self-respect got stronger. Have you ever set a boundary with someone, Anna?
Yes, and let's talk about boundaries because I think they are very connected to self-respect. A boundary is a limit you set. It is a way of saying, this is okay with me, and this is not okay with me. For example, please don't speak to me that way, or I need time alone on weekends. Boundaries are not walls. They are healthy limits that protect you. I used to have trouble setting boundaries because I was afraid people would not like me. I wanted everyone to be happy with me. But trying to make everyone happy made me very unhappy. When I started setting small boundaries, people around me actually respected me more, not less. It's like when you respect yourself, others learn to respect you too. Does setting boundaries feel difficult to you, Mark?
It used to be very difficult for me. I'm a person who likes to help others, so saying no felt very bad. I thought saying no meant I was a bad person or a bad friend. But I learned that saying no is actually a form of honesty. If I say yes when I mean no, I'm being dishonest with myself and with the other person. And over time, that builds frustration and even anger inside. Boundaries also help the other person. When you're clear about what you need, the relationship is more honest. There are fewer misunderstandings.
I now practice saying no calmly and without too many explanations. Just, no, I can't do that right now, is enough. You don't have to apologize for having limits. What is one boundary that changed your life, Anna?
One boundary that really changed my life was about my phone and social media at night. I used to check my phone right before sleeping. I would see photos of other people's lives, read negative comments, compare myself to others. I would go to sleep feeling bad about myself. One day, I decided no phone after 9 o'clock at night. It was hard at first. I felt anxious, like I was missing something. But after 1 week, I was sleeping better, feeling calmer, and thinking more positive thoughts about my own life. That one boundary made a huge difference to my self-respect and my happiness. Sometimes the smallest changes have the biggest results. I think social media can be very dangerous for self-respect if we are not careful. Do you think social media hurts self-respect, Mark?
Yes, I do. Social media can be very damaging for self-respect, especially for young people. On social media, everyone shows their best moments, the nice holidays, the perfect food, the beautiful photos, but nobody shows their hard days, their bad mornings, or their problems. So when you look at social media, you're comparing your real, normal life to other people's highlight reel, the best parts only. That comparison is never fair, and it always makes you feel worse. I think the key is to use social media intentionally. Follow accounts that inspire you or teach you something. Unfollow accounts that make you feel bad. And remember that a photo is never the whole truth. Have you ever compared yourself to someone online and felt bad, Anna?
Many times. I remember seeing photos of a girl I went to school with. She always had beautiful clothes, nice holidays, a perfect smile. I started to feel like my life was boring or not good enough. I spent a lot of time wishing I had her life. Then one day I met her in real life and we had a long conversation. She told me she was very lonely, she was going through a hard time at work, and she felt a lot of pressure to look perfect online. I was so surprised. Her online life was completely different from her real feelings inside. That was a very big lesson for me. I stopped comparing myself to the online world after that. Comparison is one of the biggest enemies of self-respect. Mark, is there anything else you think is an enemy of self-respect?
Yes, I think perfectionism is a big enemy of self-respect. Perfectionism means you think everything you do must be perfect. If it is not perfect, you feel like a failure. The problem is, nothing in life is perfect. We all make mistakes, we all have bad days. If your self-respect depends on being perfect, you will always be disappointed. I used to be very perfectionist. I worked very long hours and still felt like I had not done enough. I was never satisfied. My therapist helped me understand that done is better than perfect. Trying is more important than succeeding every time. When I accepted that I am a work in progress, not a finished product, I started to feel much better about myself. Do you think it's possible to love yourself and still want to improve?
Yes, absolutely. And I think this is a very important point. Self-respect does not mean you think you are perfect or that you have nothing to learn. It means you accept yourself as you are right now, while also believing you can grow. Think of a child learning to walk. The child falls down many times, but we don't say, "This child is a failure." We say, "Keep trying, you are doing so well." We need to be that encouraging voice for ourselves, too. You can look in the mirror and say, "I have things to work on, and I am still worthy of love and respect." Both things are true at the same time. Self-improvement and self-respect are not opposites. In fact, when you respect yourself, you want to improve because you care about your own future. Mark, let's talk about self-respect at work. Is it different there?
Great topic. Self-respect at work is very important and can be challenging. At work, there's often pressure to agree with your boss, to work extra hours, or to be quiet about problems. I had a job a few years ago where my manager spoke to me in a disrespectful way in front of other people. I felt embarrassed and small. At first, I said nothing. I thought it was normal. But after some weeks, I decided to speak to him privately. I said calmly, I would prefer if we discuss problems in private, not in front of the team. He was surprised, but he changed his behavior. That moment was very important for my self-respect. I showed myself that I could stand up for myself calmly and professionally. Have you ever dealt with a difficult situation at work that tested your self-respect, Anna?
Yes. Once I worked very hard on a project for weeks. When we presented it to the team, a colleague took a lot of credit for my work. She spoke about her ideas, but they were my ideas. I felt angry and hurt, but I did not say anything in the meeting because I was nervous. Afterward, I went to my manager and explained the situation calmly. I said, "I want you to know that several of those ideas were mine." My manager listened and acknowledged my contribution. I learned two things from that experience. First, speak up for yourself, calmly but clearly. Second, document your work. Keep records of your ideas and progress. Self-respect at work sometimes means being your own best advocate. Nobody will promote your value if you don't do it first. What advice would you give about self-respect in relationships, Mark?
Self-respect in relationships is so important. I think the most important advice is never lose yourself for another person. In relationships, romantic ones or friendships, sometimes we change too much to make the other person happy. We give up our hobbies, our friends, our opinions. We agree with everything they say. We become a mirror of them, not ourselves. That is very dangerous. If you lose yourself, you also lose your self-respect. A healthy relationship has two whole people, not one whole person and one person who has disappeared. You must keep your identity, keep your hobbies, keep your friendships, keep your opinions, even if they're different. Of course, compromise is part of every relationship, but there is a big difference between healthy compromise and losing who you are. Have you ever lost yourself in a relationship, Anna?
Honestly, yes. When I was younger, I had a relationship where I slowly stopped doing the things I loved. I stopped painting because he said it was a waste of time. I stopped seeing certain friends because he didn't like them. I stopped sharing my real opinions because I wanted to avoid arguments. After that relationship ended, I felt like I didn't know who I was anymore. It took me a long time to find myself again. I went back to painting, I reconnected with old friends, I started to discover my own opinions again. And through that process, my self-respect grew stronger than ever before. Sometimes a difficult experience teaches us the most. Losing yourself teaches you how important it is to keep yourself. What is the connection between self-respect and forgiveness, Mark?
Oh, this is such a deep and important connection. I think forgiveness is a gift you give yourself, not the other person. When someone hurts us and we hold on to the anger and pain for a long time, it's like carrying a heavy bag everywhere. The other person is moved on, but we are still carrying that heavy weight. Forgiving does not mean saying what you did was okay. It means saying, I'm no longer going to let this hurt control my life. That is a form of self-respect. You are saying, I deserve peace. I deserve to move forward. I also think we need to forgive ourselves. We all make mistakes. We all do things we regret. Holding on to that guilt forever is also unkind to yourself. Do you find it easy to forgive yourself, Anna?
No, honestly, it is one of the hardest things for me. I can forgive other people much easier than I forgive myself. When I make a mistake, I replay it in my mind again and again. I think, why did I say that? Or I should have done it differently. It can go on for days. I am trying to practice self-compassion. Self-compassion means treating yourself with the same understanding and kindness that you would give to a good friend. I try to ask myself, if my friend made this same mistake, what would I say to them? And the answer is always much kinder than what I say to myself. That small mental exercise helps me a lot. I think self-compassion and self-respect are like two best friends. They work together. Mark, how do you practice self-compassion?
I practice self-compassion by recognizing that I am human. I say to myself out loud sometimes, I am a human being. Humans make mistakes. This is normal. It sounds simple, but saying it out loud makes it feel more real. I also remind myself that I always did the best I could with what I knew at the time. If I knew better then, I would have done better. But I didn't, so I made the choice I made, and now I can learn and move forward. Another thing that helps me is reading stories of other people who made big mistakes and recovered. It reminds me that nobody is perfect, not even very successful people. Everyone struggles, everyone fails sometimes, and everyone can start again. Anna, let's talk about body image. Do you think how we feel about our body affects self-respect?
Yes, it definitely does. And this is a topic I feel strongly about. Many people, especially women, have a complicated relationship with their bodies. From a very young age, we see images of perfect bodies in magazines, movies, and social media. We are taught that we need to be thinner or have perfect skin or look a certain way. This pressure is very damaging to self-respect. I spent years not liking my body. I thought I would be happier when I lost weight or changed something about myself. But happiness never came from changing my body. Happiness came when I decided to respect my body as it is. My body does so much for me every day. It breathes, it moves, it thinks. I am grateful for it. Treating your body with care is an act of self-respect. How do you think men experience body image, Mark?
Men experience body image issues too, but we often don't talk about it. There's a pressure on men to be strong, muscular, tall. If a man doesn't look like those images, he might feel embarrassed or not good enough. I was quite thin when I was young, and some people made jokes about it. I hated taking off my shirt at the pool. I felt ashamed of my body. Over time, I started exercising, not to look a certain way, but because it made me feel strong and healthy. That shift in motivation was very important. When you exercise to punish your body or to look like someone else, it is not self-respect. When you exercise because you love and value your body, that is self-respect. The goal changes everything. Do you think self-respect is connected to mental health, Anna?
Absolutely. They are deeply connected. When we have low self-respect, we often feel anxious, sad, or empty. We feel like we don't matter. Those feelings can grow into bigger problems like depression or anxiety over time. On the other hand, when we have healthy self-respect, we handle stress better. We bounce back more quickly from difficult situations. We feel more stable and calm inside. I think self-respect is like a mental immune system. When it is strong, you can handle life's challenges without breaking. When it is weak, even small problems feel enormous. This is why working on self-respect is not selfish. It's actually taking care of your mental health. Have you ever struggled with your mental health, Mark? And how did self-respect play a role?
Yes, I went through a period of depression about 5 years ago. I was working too much, sleeping too little, and ignoring my own needs completely. I thought, I must be productive. I must achieve more. I had no time for rest, for friends, for fun. My self-respect was actually quite low at that time, even though from the outside I looked busy and successful. I finally asked for help and started seeing a therapist. One of the first things she helped me understand was that I was treating myself like a machine, not a person. Machines don't need rest or love. People do. Learning to put my own needs on the list, not at the bottom, but somewhere in the middle, was a huge step. Do you think asking for help is a sign of self-respect, Anna?
Yes, I strongly believe asking for help is a sign of self-respect, not weakness. It takes courage to say, I'm struggling and I need support. It shows that you value yourself enough to get the help you need. In many cultures, asking for help is seen as something to be ashamed of. Especially for men, there's a message that says, be strong, handle it yourself, don't show your feelings. But that message is very harmful. Everyone needs help at some point. A person who asks for help is saying, I deserve to feel better. I am worth the effort. That is beautiful self-respect. I also think that being around people who ask for help normalizes it. When my friend told me she was seeing a therapist, I felt brave enough to try it too. Have you told others about your experience with therapy, Mark?
Yes, I have, and I'm glad I did. At first, I felt nervous to tell people. I thought they would think I was weak or strange, but the reactions were almost always positive. Many people said, "Me too," or "I'm thinking about doing that as well." Opening up made real connections. It also helped me feel less alone. I think one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself and others is to be honest about your struggles. It helps both you and the people around you. Self-respect also means being honest, especially with yourself, not pretending everything is fine when it is not hiding your needs to look perfect. True self-respect includes accepting your vulnerabilities. Anna, let's move towards some practical tips. What are your top everyday actions for building self-respect?
Great idea. Here are my favorite everyday actions. First, speak kindly to yourself. Pay attention to the words you use in your head. Replace "I am so stupid" with "I made a mistake and I can learn from it." Second, keep small promises to yourself. If you say you will take a walk, take the walk. These small acts tell your brain, "I matter." Third, do one thing every day that you enjoy, just for you. Not for work, not for others, just something that makes you feel alive and happy. Fourth, spend time with people who make you feel good about yourself. Fifth, rest without guilt. Rest is not laziness. Rest is part of being a healthy, whole human being. These 5 things can truly change how you feel about yourself over time. What are your top tips, Mark?
My top tips are these. 1. Practice saying no once a week to something small. Build the muscle slowly. 2. Stop apologizing for things that don't need an apology. Many people say sorry too often for having a different opinion, for asking a question, for existing in a space. You don't need to apologize for those things. 3. Celebrate your small wins. Did you finish a hard task? Did you have a difficult conversation? That deserves a small celebration. 4. Learn something new regularly. When you grow, you feel capable, and that builds self-respect. 5. Take care of your body. Sleep, eat well, move. How you treat your body sends a message to your mind. Treat it with care, and your mind will believe you are worth caring for. Which of these do you think is the hardest for most people, Anna?
I think the hardest one for most people is stopping over-apologizing. It is such a deep habit, especially for women. We apologize for everything. Sorry, can I ask a question? Sorry, I have a different opinion. Sorry for taking up space. I used to do this all the time. I thought being apologetic made me polite, but actually, over-apologizing sends a message that says, "I don't think I have the right to be here." It is the opposite of self-respect. Now, I try to replace unnecessary sorry with thank you. Instead of "sorry I'm late," I say "thank you for waiting." It changes the energy completely. It is still polite, but it does not put yourself down. Small language changes can really shift your mindset over time. Mark, what do you think is the connection between self-respect and success?
I think self-respect is the foundation of success, whatever success means to you. When you respect yourself, you believe you deserve good things. You believe your goals are worth pursuing. You are willing to work for them because you think you are worth the effort. Without self-respect, even if you achieve something big, you might not feel happy or satisfied. You might think, "I got lucky," or "I don't really deserve this." That's called imposter syndrome, the feeling that you are not good enough even when you are doing well. I've experienced that myself. On the other hand, with strong self-respect, even failure does not destroy you. You say, "This did not work. What can I learn? How can I try again?" Self-respect gives you resilience. Anna, do you think self-respect can be learned at any age?
Yes, 100%. Self-respect can be learned and grown at any age. I have met people in their 50s and 60s who said they finally found their self-respect after a long life. It is never too late. In fact, some of the most self-assured people I know are older people who have lived through many experiences, learned from them, and accepted themselves fully. The brain can change and grow at any age. Science has proven this. Habits can be changed at any age. Old beliefs can be questioned and replaced at any age.
Of course, it is wonderful if children learn self-respect early. That is why it is so important to teach children to know their value from a young age. But if you didn't learn it as a child, you can absolutely build it now.
Before we say goodbye, I want to say a big thank you to Anna for this wonderful conversation. Talking about self-respect is not always easy, but it is so necessary. I hope that everyone listening today takes away at least one small idea that helps them feel more valued and more confident. Remember, self-respect is not arrogance. It is not selfishness. It is the quiet, strong belief that you matter. And that belief is available to every single person, including you. If you are struggling with self-respect right now, please be patient with yourself. It's a journey, not a destination. Every small step counts. Start with one kind thought about yourself today, and come back to listen to this podcast again. Repetition is great for learning. Thank you so much for being with us today, everyone.
Thank you, Mark. What a truly beautiful conversation this has been. And a huge thank you to all of you who listened today. I hope this podcast gave you something to think about and something to feel. Self-respect is a lifelong practice. Some days are easier than others, but every time you choose yourself, every time you say no to something that hurts you, every time you speak kindly to yourself, every time you set a small boundary, you are building something beautiful inside you. You are building your self-respect. If today's episode helped you, please share it with someone who might need it too. And remember our key message: you are worthy, you are enough, and you deserve to be treated with kindness, starting by yourself. Until next time, take care of yourselves. Goodbye from me, Anna.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. I am so happy you are here today. Today, we have a very special topic. We are going to talk about family. Family is very important to all of us. In this podcast, I am with my friend Mark. We will talk about our families, our parents, brothers, sisters, and more. I think this is a great topic for people who are learning English. It is simple, but it is also very personal and nice. I hope you enjoy our conversation. Now, let me say hello to Mark. Hi, Mark. How are you today?
Hi, Anna. I am great, thank you. And hello to all our listeners. I am Mark, and I am very happy to be here today. I love talking about family. For me, family is everything. It is the most important thing in life. I think this topic is perfect for beginners because we all have a family, and we all know words like mother, father, sister, and brother. So this podcast will help you learn those words in English and use them in real conversations. I am excited to share my family stories with you today. Let's start, Anna. Tell us a little about your family first.
Sure. My family is not very big. There are 4 people in my family. I have my mother, my father, my younger brother, and me. We all live together in one house. My mother's name is Maria. She is very kind and warm. My father's name is David. He is strong and funny. My brother's name is Tom. He is 12 years old. I am 25, so I am older than Tom. We are a close family. We eat dinner together every evening. We also watch TV together on weekends. I love my family very much. They are always there for me. What about you, Mark? How many people are in your family?
My family is a little bigger than yours. I have my mother, my father, 2 sisters, and 1 brother, so there are 6 people in my family. My mother's name is Helen. She is a teacher. My father's name is Robert. He works in an office. My older sister is Lisa. She is 30 years old. My younger sister is Becky. She is 20. My brother's name is Sam. He's 22. I am the second oldest. We all grew up in the same town. Now some of us live in different places, but we still talk every week. Family is family, right? It doesn't matter where you live. That's what I believe. Do you live close to your parents, Anna?
Yes, I do. I still live with my parents. I know some people think that is unusual, but I really like it. My home is warm and comfortable. My mother cooks very well, and I love her food. In the mornings, we have breakfast together before work and school. My father drives Tom to school every day. It is a nice routine. I also help my mother in the house. I clean my room, and sometimes I cook, too. Living with family can be wonderful. Of course, sometimes we disagree, but we always talk and fix things. I think good communication is very important in a family. Do you live with your family, Mark, or do you live alone?
I live alone now. I moved out of my parents' house 3 years ago. I have my own apartment. At first, it was difficult. I missed my family a lot. I missed my mother's cooking the most. Her pasta is amazing. Now I cook for myself, but it is not the same. I visit my parents every Sunday. We have lunch together and we talk for a long time. It's my favorite day of the week. I also call my brother Sam almost every day. We are very close. Having your own place is good for independence, but family time is still very special to me. I think you're lucky to still live with your family, Anna. Do you think you will move out soon?
Maybe in a few years. Right now, I'm saving money. Apartments are expensive in my city, and honestly, I really enjoy living with my parents. But yes, one day I will move out and start my own life. I think it is important to become independent. My parents always say, "Anna, you can stay as long as you want." They're so sweet. I think my mother will be a little sad when I leave. We are very close. She is not just my mother, she's also my best friend. I can tell her everything. I hope one day I will have my own family too, a husband and maybe 2 children. Do you want children someday, Mark?
Yes, definitely. I love children. I think having a family is a beautiful thing. I want 2 or 3 children someday. Right now, I am not married, but I hope to get married in the future. I think being a good father is one of the most important things a man can do. My own father is a great example for me. He was always there when I needed him. He helped me with school, with problems, with everything. I want to be like him. I also want my future children to know my parents, their grandparents. Grandparents are very special. They have so much love and wisdom. Do you have grandparents, Anna? Are they still alive?
Yes, I do. I have 2 grandparents on my mother's side. My grandmother's name is Rose, and my grandfather's name is George. They are both in their 70s, and they are still very active. They live in a small village about 2 hours from our city. We visit them in the summer. I love going there. Their house is old but very cozy. My grandmother always bakes bread and cakes. The smell is wonderful. My grandfather tells amazing stories about the past. I can listen to him for hours. Unfortunately, my father's parents passed away before I was born, so I never met them. That makes me a little sad. But I feel very lucky to have Rose and George. Do you have grandparents too?
Yes, I have one grandmother. Her name is Betty. She's 81 years old, and she's still very sharp and funny. She lives in a care home now, but she is happy there. I visit her every month. She always remembers everything and asks me many questions. Are you eating well? Do you have a girlfriend? She makes me laugh every time. My grandfather on my mother's side passed away 5 years ago. His name was Jim. I miss him very much. He was a great man, very wise and gentle. My father's parents both passed away when I was young. I have some photos of them, but no real memories. It is a little sad. But Betty is wonderful, and I treasure every visit with her.
Betty sounds wonderful. I love that she is still funny and curious at 81. Old people have so many interesting stories and experiences. Let's talk about siblings now. You said you have 2 sisters and a brother. Are you close to all of them? I only have one sibling, my brother Tom. He is still young, only 12, so sometimes we don't have much to talk about. He likes video games and cartoons. I prefer books and music, but I love him very much. I help him with his homework sometimes. He calls me the homework helper. It's funny. When he was a baby, I used to carry him around the house. Now he is almost as tall as me, growing up so fast. Do you get along with your siblings well?
Yes, mostly. I am very close to Sam, my brother. We talk almost every day. We like the same sports and the same music. It is very easy to be friends with him.
With my sisters, it is a little different. Lisa, my older sister, is very serious. She works a lot and is always busy. We love each other, but we don't talk as often as I would like. Becky, my younger sister, is very cheerful and funny. She always makes the family laugh. When we are all together, it is a lot of fun. Of course, when we were children, we fought sometimes, over toys, over the TV, over small things. But now that we are adults, we appreciate each other much more. That is normal, I think. Did you fight with Tom when you were young?
Not really, because Tom is much younger than me. When he was born, I was 13, so I was more like a second mother to him than a sister who fights. I helped my mom take care of him. I fed him, I read him stories, I played with him. It was sweet. He looked up to me a lot. Even now, he still comes to me when he has a problem and doesn't want to tell mom or dad. I like that. It means he trusts me. I think the age difference is actually nice. We don't compete, we just support each other. Let's talk about parents now. Tell me more about your mom. You said she is a teacher. What does she teach?
My mom teaches English at a primary school. She's been a teacher for over 25 years. She loves her job. She always says that children give her energy. She is very patient and kind, and I think those qualities make her a great teacher. At home, she was the same way, patient with us, always ready to explain things. My mom is also a great cook. On Sundays, she makes a big traditional meal for the whole family. It is our favorite time of the week. She works very hard, but she never complains. I really admire her for that. What does your mother do, Anna? Does she work or does she stay at home?
My mother works part-time as a nurse at a local clinic. She works 3 days a week. It is not a full-time job, so she also has time for the family. She is very caring and calm. I think her job made her that way, or maybe she chose her job because she was always that way. She is always the person in the family who makes everyone feel better when they are sad or sick. When I was a child and had a fever, she stayed next to me all night. She never slept until I was better. That memory is very special to me. She is my hero. I think mothers are truly amazing people. Your mother sounds great too, Mark. We are both very lucky.
We really are. Now let's talk about fathers. My dad, Robert, works in an office. He's an accountant. His job is about numbers and money. At home, he is very different from work, very relaxed and funny. He loves football and watches every match on TV. He also likes gardening. On weekends, he spends a lot of time in the garden. He grows tomatoes, peppers, and herbs. It is his hobby, and he is very proud of it. Every summer, we eat vegetables from his garden. They taste so much better than vegetables from a shop. My dad is also very wise. When I have a big decision to make, I always call him first. His advice is always good. What is your dad like, Anna?
My dad is a mechanic. He fixes cars. He has his own small garage near our home. He loves his work. He is always talking about engines and cars. I don't understand much about cars, but I love listening to him because he is so passionate about it. My dad is also very strong and protective. He is quiet sometimes, but when he talks, everyone listens. He is not the type of person who shows emotions easily, but I know he loves us deeply. He shows it through actions, not words. He fixes things around the house. He makes sure we are safe. He works hard for our family. One of my happiest memories is going to his garage as a child and helping him with small things. Do you have a special memory with your dad, too?
Yes, my best memory with my dad is going fishing together. Every summer, just the two of us would go to a lake near our town. We would wake up very early in the morning at 5 o'clock and drive to the lake. We never caught many fish, but that was not really the point. We just talked, laughed, and enjoyed the quiet morning together. I still remember the smell of the lake and the sound of the birds. My dad would make coffee in a small thermos, and we would drink it by the water. Those mornings were so peaceful. I have not gone fishing in a long time, but now I really want to go again. Maybe I will invite my dad this summer. That memory warms my heart. What is your happiest family memory, Anna?
Oh, what a beautiful story, Mark. The fishing memory is so sweet.
My happiest family memory is our summer holiday when I was about 10 years old. My parents saved money for a whole year, and we went to the beach for 1 week. It was my first time at the sea. I remember seeing the ocean for the first time and thinking it was the biggest thing in the world. My dad carried me on his shoulders in the water. My mom made sandwiches on the beach. We all played in the sand. Tom was not born yet, so it was just the three of us. It was simple but perfect. I remember laughing a lot. To this day, the smell of the sea makes me feel happy and safe. I want to go back to that beach one day.
That is a beautiful memory. Simple moments really are the most special, aren't they? Let's talk about family traditions now. Every family has its own traditions, things they do every year or every week. Does your family have any special traditions, Anna? For us, it is Sunday lunch, of course. My mom always cooks a big meal, roast chicken, potatoes, salad, and we all eat together. No phones at the table, that is a rule. We just talk and enjoy the food and each other's company. Another tradition is that every Christmas, my whole family goes to my parents' house. All 6 of us, plus Grandma Betty. It is loud and full of love. I look forward to it all year. What traditions does your family have?
We have a few nice traditions. Every Saturday morning, my dad makes pancakes. He has been doing this for as long as I can remember. He makes them with honey and fruit. We all eat breakfast together and talk. It's a very relaxed, happy morning. Another tradition is that on New Year's Eve, we go to my grandparents' village. We spend 2 or 3 days there. My grandmother cooks a huge dinner on New Year's Day. We play card games and watch old movies. It's very cozy. I also love our birthday traditions. In our family, on your birthday, you choose the dinner menu. The birthday person is king or queen for the day. It sounds simple, but it makes everyone feel very special. These little traditions bring us together.
I love the birthday tradition. Choosing your own dinner menu is a great idea. In our family, the birthday person also gets breakfast in bed. My mom always brings a tray with eggs, toast, and orange juice to your room in the morning. It feels so special. Now, let me ask you something different, Anna. Do you think the idea of family is changing in the world today? For example, some families have one parent, or 2 mothers, or 2 fathers. Some people live very far from their families. Technology changes how we stay connected. What do you think about the modern family? Is it different from the family you grew up with?
That's a great question, Mark. Yes, I think family is changing. In the past, a family usually meant a mother, a father, and children, all in one house. Today, families look different. Some children grow up with just one parent. Some have step-parents. Some are raised by grandparents. I think what matters most is love and support, not the shape of the family. I have friends from single-parent families who are very happy and loved. I also think technology helps modern families stay close even when they are far apart. Video calls, messages, and photos make distance smaller. My family uses a group chat every day. It's a nice way to share small moments. Family is love, not a fixed structure.
I completely agree with you. Family is love, not a fixed structure. I think what children need most is to feel safe, loved, and supported. That can happen in many different types of families. I also think technology is very helpful. My sister Lisa lives in another country now. She moved abroad for work 2 years ago. We use video calls to see her face, which makes a huge difference. It's not the same as being in the same room, of course, but it's much better than nothing. In the past, if someone moved to another country, you might only see them once a year. Now we can talk every week. Do you have any family members who live far away, Anna?
Yes, I have an uncle who lives in Canada. His name is Peter. He is my father's brother. He moved there about 15 years ago. He has a wife and 3 children there. We do not see them often, maybe once every 3 or 4 years. But we send messages and have video calls on special occasions, like birthdays and Christmas. His children, my cousins, speak English and a little bit of their local language there. I have never met them in person, only on screen. Isn't that strange? but I still feel connected to them. I hope to visit Canada one day. It would be amazing to finally hug my cousins. Do you have relatives who live abroad, Mark?
Yes, Lisa lives in Germany now. She moved there for her job in engineering. She is doing very well there. I think she is happy, but she misses home sometimes. We can see it in her face during video calls, especially around the holidays. On Christmas, she flies home, and that is the best day. The moment she walks through the door, my mom starts crying, happy tears. It is a very emotional and beautiful moment every time. I also have 2 cousins who live in Australia. We do not have much contact, but I know they are there. Family spreads around the world these days, but the heart stays connected. I think that's a wonderful thing about family. How do you feel when you think about your uncle in Canada?
I feel a little sad, but also happy for him. He built a beautiful life there. He has a good job, a lovely family, and a nice home. My father misses him, though. You can see it. When they talk on the phone, my dad is more relaxed and happy than usual. Brothers have a special bond, I think, even when they grow up and live far apart. It reminds me that family connections don't disappear with distance. They just change shape. Let's talk about something lighter now. Mark, what is the funniest thing that ever happened in your family? Every family has funny stories. I'm sure you have a good one.
Oh yes, I have a very funny story. One Christmas, my dad was cooking the turkey. He's not usually the cook, that is my mom's job, but he wanted to surprise her. He forgot to take the plastic bag of things out from inside the turkey before he put it in the oven, so the whole kitchen smelled terrible. We had to open all the windows in winter. It was so cold and so funny. My mom came home and saw the disaster, and instead of being angry, she laughed until she cried. We ended up ordering pizza for Christmas dinner that year. Now, every Christmas, my dad says, "Don't worry, I will not cook the turkey this year." We still laugh about it every single time. Do you have a funny family story, Anna?
That is hilarious. Pizza for Christmas dinner? That is a story to tell for life. My funny story is about my brother, Tom. Last year, he wanted to make breakfast for my mom on Mother's Day. He was 11 at the time. He decided to make toast with jam. Simple, right? But he put 4 pieces of bread in the toaster at the same time and then forgot about them. He went to watch TV. The toast got black and smoke filled the kitchen. The fire alarm went off. We all ran downstairs thinking there was a real emergency. My mom came in her pajamas, very worried. Then she saw Tom standing by the toaster looking very guilty. We all laughed so much. Mom still got her breakfast, slightly burnt toast with lots of jam.
Ha! Burnt toast for Mother's Day. Tom meant well. That is the sweetest part. The effort is what matters. It's funny how these small disasters become the best family memories. Now, Anna, I want to ask you about pets. Some people consider pets as part of the family too. Do you have a pet at home? In my family, we had a dog when I was a child. His name was Bruno. He was a big brown dog, very friendly and loyal. We had him for 12 years. When he died, the whole family cried. He was really part of our family. After Bruno, my parents did not want another dog because the goodbye was too painful. I understand that completely. Do you have pets?
Yes, we have a cat. Her name is Mia. She is 4 years old and she is gray and white. She is a very calm and lazy cat. She sleeps most of the day, but she loves sitting on our laps in the evening. Tom absolutely loves Mia. He always tries to dress her up in small clothes, and she tolerates it for about 2 seconds before running away. It is very funny to watch. My dad, who pretended he didn't want a cat at first, is now secretly her biggest fan. Every morning he gives her a small piece of his breakfast. He thinks we don't notice, but we all see it. Mia is definitely part of our family. Pets bring so much joy and warmth to a home. Did you ever want another dog after Bruno?
Yes, sometimes I think about getting a dog for my apartment, but I'm not sure I have enough time for one right now. Dogs need a lot of attention, walks, and company. I work long hours sometimes. I don't want to get a dog and then not give it the care it deserves. Maybe in the future, when I have a more settled life. For now, I'm happy to visit my friend's dog on weekends. His dog is very funny and energetic. I love playing with him. Mia sounds adorable. I love the image of your dad secretly giving her breakfast. That is so typical of people who say they don't like cats and then fall completely in love with them. Okay, Anna, let's talk about something important. How do you show love in your family?
That is a beautiful question. In our family, we show love in many ways. My mom says I love you a lot, out loud, directly. She is very expressive. My dad shows love through actions. He fixes things, he provides for us, he shows up. He does not say I love you as often, but when he does, it means the world. My brother gives very enthusiastic hugs. He just runs at you and hugs you with his whole body. It is very sweet. I show love by being present and by listening. When someone in my family has a problem, I sit down and really listen without interrupting. I think listening is one of the best ways to show someone you care. How does your family show love, Mark?
In my family, food is definitely love. My mom shows love by cooking. If she makes your favorite meal, she is saying, I love you in her own language. My dad shows love by teaching. He always wants to help us learn something new and be ready for life. My grandmother Betty shows love by remembering small details. She always asks about specific things I mentioned last time. It shows she really listened and cared. Becky, my funny sister, shows love through jokes and laughter. She makes sure no one feels sad or alone. Sam shows love by always being available. You can call him anytime and he answers. Each person in a family has their own love language. I think recognizing those different ways is very important. It helps you feel more connected.
I love the idea of different love languages in a family. It is so true. Some people hug, some people cook, some people fix things, some people just listen. All of those are forms of love. Mark, let me ask you one more thing before we start to wrap up. What is the most important lesson your family taught you? For me, the most important lesson is that family always comes first. No matter what happens, good times or bad times, your family is there. My parents always said, we may not be perfect, but we are always here for each other. That has shaped how I see the world. I try to be that kind of support for the people I love. What lesson did your family give you, Mark?
The most important lesson from my family is to work hard and never give up. My dad used to say, nothing good comes easy, but everything good is worth it. He worked very hard his whole life to give us a comfortable home and education. My mom showed me the value of patience and kindness every single day. And from watching my siblings, I learned how to compromise and share. Because with 4 children in one house, you have no other choice. Together, these lessons shaped who I am today. I'm grateful for every single one of them. I think families are our first and most powerful teachers. No school can teach you what a loving family teaches you. That is something I believe very deeply.
Beautifully said, Mark. Families really are our first school. I want to say one more thing. I think it is also important to appreciate your family while you can. Sometimes we are so busy with work or school or phones that we forget to really be present with the people we love. I am trying to be more mindful about this. I put my phone away at dinner. I ask my parents how they are feeling, not just what they are doing. I sit with Tom when he wants to show me something on his computer, even if I don't understand it. Small moments of attention are a gift. I think after today's conversation, many of our listeners will want to call or hug their families. I hope so. Now, let's say our goodbyes, Mark.
Yes, let's wrap up. Today was such a warm and wonderful conversation. I really enjoyed talking about family with you, Anna. I think we touched on so many important things: parents, siblings, grandparents, traditions, memories, love, and lessons. I hope all of you listening today enjoyed it too, and I hope it helped your English a little. Try to use some of the words and phrases we talked about today. Words like siblings, tradition, memory, show love, and come first. Use them when you talk about your own family. The best way to learn a language is to connect it to something real and personal, and nothing is more personal than family. Thank you for being with us today, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was wonderful talking with you today. And thank you to all our lovely listeners for spending this time with us. I hope this podcast was not only good for your English, but also made you smile and think about your own family. Family is a topic we can all relate to, no matter where we are from or what language we speak. That's the beauty of it. If you enjoyed this episode, please share it with a friend who is also learning English. It is always more fun to learn together. And please come back next time. We have more interesting topics coming very soon. Until then, take good care of yourselves and your families. Goodbye from me, Anna. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. Today, we have a very exciting and important topic. We are going to talk about self-motivation. Self-motivation means the ability to push yourself forward, to do things, reach your goals, and keep going even when it is hard. This topic is important for everyone: students, workers, parents, dreamers. Everyone needs motivation in life. I am joined today by my wonderful co-host, Mark. We will talk about what motivation is, why we lose it, and how to find it again. We use simple English, so this podcast is perfect for beginners. Hi, Mark. How are you feeling today? And are you ready to talk about self-motivation?
Hi, Anna. I am feeling great and very motivated today, which is perfect for our topic. Hello to all our wonderful listeners. Self-motivation is one of my favorite subjects. I think about it a lot because, honestly, staying motivated is something I have personally struggled with over the years. I've had periods of very high energy and ambition, and other periods of feeling completely stuck. Learning about self-motivation helped me understand why that happens and what to do about it. And the good news is, self-motivation is a skill. You can learn it and get better at it over time. That is very encouraging. So let's explore this topic together today. Anna, let's start from the beginning. What exactly is self-motivation?
Great question. Self-motivation is the inner drive that makes you want to do something or achieve something without needing someone else to push you. When you are self-motivated, you start things by yourself. You keep going by yourself. You don't wait for your boss, your teacher, or your parents to tell you what to do. You just do it because you want to. There are two types of motivation. The first is external motivation. This means you do something because of an outside reward, like money, praise, or grades. The second is internal motivation. You do something because it makes you feel happy, proud, or fulfilled inside. Self-motivation is mostly about internal motivation. Mark, what do you think is the difference between the two types in everyday life?
The difference is very important in everyday life. External motivation works well for a short time. For example, if your boss gives you a bonus, you feel motivated for a while. But when the bonus is gone, the motivation often disappears too. Internal motivation lasts longer because it comes from inside you. For example, when I started learning to cook, nobody asked me to do it and nobody paid me. I did it because I found it fun and creative. That internal joy kept me going for months. I practiced every weekend. Now I cook very well. External motivation can start things, but internal motivation sustains them. So if you want to stay motivated over a long time, it helps to find something that you genuinely care about and enjoy. Anna, do you think some people are naturally more motivated than others?
That is a great question. I think some people seem naturally more energetic and driven, but I believe motivation is mostly a skill and a habit, not just a fixed personality trait. Some people learned good motivation habits early in life, maybe from their parents or teachers. Others had to learn later, but anyone can build stronger motivation at any age. What matters more than natural personality is your mindset, how you think about challenges, effort, and failure.
People with a growth mindset believe they can improve through effort. They see failure as a lesson, not as proof that they are not good enough. That mindset creates strong self-motivation. People with a fixed mindset think abilities are fixed. You either have them or you don't. That thinking kills motivation. Mark, have you heard of the growth mindset before?
Yes, the growth mindset comes from the work of psychologist Carol Dweck. She did many years of research and found that students who believed their abilities could grow and improve performed much better than students who believed their abilities were fixed. It is a very powerful idea. I remember when I first heard about it, I realized I had been using a fixed mindset in some areas of my life. For example, I always said, I am bad at math. That's just who I am. That belief stopped me from even trying to get better. When I changed to a growth mindset and said, I can improve at math if I practice and get help, everything changed. I started trying harder and I did improve. Your beliefs about yourself directly affect your motivation. Anna, how did you first learn about self-motivation?
I started learning about self-motivation after a difficult year in my mid-20s. I had big dreams. I wanted to start my own small business, improve my English, travel more, and get healthy. But I wasn't doing any of those things. I had the dreams, but not the action. I felt frustrated and confused. Why could I not just do the things I wanted to do? I started reading books about habits and motivation. One book that changed my life was about setting clear goals and taking small actions every day. I learned that motivation doesn't always come first. Sometimes action comes first and motivation follows. That was a completely new idea for me. I thought you had to feel motivated before you could act, but actually, you often feel motivated after you start acting. Mark, what do you think about that idea?
I think that idea is one of the most useful things anyone can learn about motivation. Many people wait to feel motivated before they begin. They say, I will start exercising when I feel more energetic, or I will study when I feel like it. But that feeling often never comes, or it comes and goes very quickly. The secret is to start even when you don't feel like it. Start small. Do just 2 minutes. Just open the book. Just put on your shoes. That small start usually creates a little momentum, and momentum builds motivation. I heard someone compare it to pushing a heavy cart. It's hardest to move at the very beginning, but once it starts rolling, it's much easier to keep going. Starting is always the hardest part. Have you experienced this, Anna?
Yes, absolutely. This is something I experience almost every week. For example, I go for morning walks. There are many mornings when I wake up and I really don't want to go. My bed is warm and comfortable, and going outside in the cold seems terrible. But I have a rule. I just put on my walking shoes. That's it. Just the shoes. Once I have my shoes on, I almost always go. And once I am outside and walking, I feel wonderful. I am always happy I went. I never come home and think, I wish I had stayed in bed. The motivation follows the action. This is called the 2-minute rule by some coaches. You just commit to 2 minutes of anything. Often, 2 minutes turns into 20. What small actions help you start when you don't feel motivated, Mark?
For me, the biggest small action is making my bed in the morning. It sounds so simple and almost silly, but it works for me. When I make my bed, I have already completed one task. My brain feels a small win and it wants another. That feeling of completion gives me energy and a sense of control over the day. Another small action I use is writing one sentence in my journal first thing in the morning. Just one sentence about how I feel or what I want from the day. Once I write that one sentence, I usually write more. These entry point habits are very powerful. They lower the barrier to starting. The hardest part of any task is beginning. Make the beginning as small as possible, and you make it easy to start. Let's talk about goals now, Anna. How important are goals for self-motivation?
Goals are extremely important for self-motivation. Without a clear goal, motivation has nowhere to go. Imagine you are driving a car, but you have no destination. You would just drive around without purpose.
Goals give you direction. They tell you where to go and why. But not all goals are created equal. I think goals need to be specific and personal. A goal like, I want to be healthier, is too vague. A better goal is, I will walk for 30 minutes 3 times a week for the next month. That is specific, measurable, and realistic. Also, the goal needs to be your goal, not your parents' goal, not your teacher's goal, not what society says you should want. Goals that come from your own values and desires create much stronger motivation. Mark, how do you set your goals?
I use a simple system that I learned a few years ago. I set goals in 3 time frames. First, I have a big long-term goal, something I want in the next 1 to 3 years. For example, improving my professional skills or building a healthy lifestyle. Second, I break that big goal into smaller monthly goals. What can I do this month to move toward the big goal? Third, I break the monthly goal into weekly actions. What will I do this week, specifically? This system makes big, scary goals feel manageable. Instead of thinking, I want to write a book someday, which feels impossible, I think, I will write 200 words today. 200 words a day becomes a book over time. Small steps, big results. Do you write down your goals, Anna?
Yes, writing goals down is very important to me. There's a well-known idea that people who write their goals are much more likely to achieve them. When you write a goal, it becomes more real and more serious. It moves from a vague wish in your head to a clear intention on paper. I write my goals in my journal at the beginning of every month, and I review them every week. Reviewing goals regularly is just as important as writing them. It keeps your attention focused. We are very easily distracted by social media, by other people's opinions, by daily problems. Reviewing your goals brings you back to what matters to you. I also write why next to each goal. Why do I want this? The why is very powerful. It is the fuel for motivation. Mark, let's talk about the why. How important is knowing your why?
Knowing your why is perhaps the most important thing in self-motivation. The why is your reason for doing something. And the deeper and more personal the reason, the more powerful the motivation. For example, someone might say their goal is to exercise. Their why could be to lose weight, to feel more energetic, to be healthy for their children, or to feel confident. The last 2 reasons, being there for children, feeling confident, are emotionally strong. They connect to core human needs. When things get hard, those deep reasons keep you going. A shallow why breaks under pressure. A deep why holds. I think it is worth spending time asking yourself honestly, why do I really want this? What will it mean for my life? The answer reveals a lot. Anna, what is a why that has driven you strongly?
One of my strongest whys was learning English seriously. My surface reason was, I want a better job, but when I dug deeper, the real reason was, I want to communicate with people from all over the world. I want to read books in their original language. I want to travel freely and not feel lost. I want to feel confident and capable. Those deeper reasons were very emotional for me. They connected to my identity and my dreams. On days when studying English was boring or hard, I remembered those reasons and kept going. Now I'm here, hosting an English podcast. The why really works. I also think it helps to picture yourself after you achieve the goal. How will you feel? What will your life look like? That visualization is a great motivator. Do you use visualization, Mark?
Yes, visualization is a technique used by many athletes, performers, and successful people. You close your eyes and imagine yourself achieving your goal in detail. What do you see? What do you hear? How do you feel? The more vivid and detailed the image, the better. Your brain responds to a strong mental image in a way that is similar to actually experiencing it. It builds confidence and desire. I use visualization when I have a big presentation or a new challenge. I close my eyes and picture myself doing it confidently and well. It reduces my fear and increases my motivation. But I also think visualization should be paired with planning and action. Just imagining a goal without working toward it is just daydreaming. You need both the dream and the plan. Let's talk about planning now, Anna. How does a plan help motivation?
A plan is like a map for your motivation. Without a plan, you have a goal, but you don't know how to get there. That uncertainty is very discouraging. You feel overwhelmed and don't know where to start. A clear, simple plan removes that confusion. It says, do this today, do this tomorrow, do this next week. You follow the steps, and slowly you move forward. I keep my plans very simple. I don't write complicated systems. I just write 3 things I will do today that move me toward my goal. Just 3 things. That is manageable and not overwhelming. I also plan for obstacles. I ask myself, what might stop me today? And what will I do if that happens? This kind of planning makes me feel prepared and confident. Mark, what do you do when your plan doesn't work?
When my plan doesn't work, I try not to treat it as a failure. I treat it as information. Something didn't work. Okay, why? Was the plan too ambitious? Was the timing wrong? Was I missing a skill or resource? I ask those questions and I adjust. Flexibility is very important in self-motivation. Many people have an all-or-nothing mindset. If they miss one day of exercise, they say, I failed. I give up. But that is not realistic. Life is messy. Plans change. The key is not to be perfect. It is to be persistent. Persist means you keep going even after small failures. I sometimes think of motivation like a bouncing ball. You will drop it sometimes. That is normal. The important thing is to pick it back up again. How do you handle failure and setbacks, Anna?
Handling failure is one of the most important skills for self-motivation. When something goes wrong, my first step is to allow myself to feel disappointed, but only for a short time. I give myself 1 day to feel bad. Then I move on. I think it is important to allow negative feelings, but not to live in them forever. After that short feeling time, I look at what happened objectively. What went wrong? What can I learn? What will I do differently? I write these things down. This turns a failure into a lesson. It keeps my self-respect and my forward momentum. I also remind myself of past successes. When I doubt myself after a failure, I look at my journal and read about times I succeeded. That reminder gives me confidence to try again. Let's talk about confidence and motivation. Are they connected, Mark?
Yes, confidence and motivation are deeply connected. When you feel confident, you believe you can do something, so you try. When you try and succeed, your confidence grows. And growing confidence increases your motivation. It's a positive cycle. But the opposite is also true. When you feel low confidence, you doubt yourself and avoid trying. When you avoid things, you miss the chance to succeed, and that decreases your motivation further. So how do you build confidence? Mainly through small successes. You set a small, achievable goal. You achieve it, you feel proud and capable. You set another small goal. Over time, these small wins build a strong foundation of confidence. I always say success builds success. One small win is the seed of the next. Anna, what gives you confidence when you feel low?
When I feel low in confidence, a few things help me. First, I remember my past wins. I have a small list I keep in my journal, moments when I did something I was proud of. Reading that list reminds me that I am capable. Second, I do something I am already good at. If I feel insecure about a new challenge, I first do a task I know I can complete well. That small success warms up my confidence, like stretching before exercise. Third, I talk to someone who believes in me. Sometimes we need a friend to remind us of our strengths. We can be very blind to our own abilities. Having 1 or 2 people who genuinely support you is incredibly valuable for motivation. Mark, how does the people around us affect our self-motivation?
The people around us have a huge effect on our motivation, probably more than we realize. Research shows that we are strongly influenced by the habits and attitudes of the people we spend the most time with. If you are surrounded by motivated, positive, ambitious people, their energy is contagious. You naturally start to think and act like them. But if you spend most of your time with people who complain, give up easily, or discourage new ideas, that energy is also contagious, in a negative direction. I'm not saying you should abandon friends who struggle, but I do think you should be intentional about where you spend your energy and who you listen to. Find people who inspire you. Spend more time with them. Their motivation will feed yours. Do you have people like that in your life, Anna?
Yes, I have a few people who are very important for my motivation. My best friend is a very hardworking and creative person. When I am around her, I feel more energetic and ambitious. She inspires me without even trying. I also follow a few people online, writers, coaches, creators, whose work and words inspire me. Reading their stories or watching their videos helps me feel connected to a bigger world of motivated people. I think community is very powerful for motivation. Many people join groups or clubs, running groups, study groups, online communities, where everyone shares the same goal. That shared energy is very motivating. You feel less alone in your efforts, and when others see your progress, it encourages you to continue. Have you ever joined a group to help with motivation, Mark?
Yes, a few years ago I joined a running group. I'm not a natural runner. I find it hard and I used to hate it. But when I started running with a group every Saturday morning, everything changed. I did not want to let the group down. I knew they would be there and I didn't want to be the person who didn't show up. That social commitment was very motivating. Over time, I also started to enjoy the conversations during the runs. And the feeling of finishing a run with a group is wonderful. You celebrate together. I went from hating running to looking forward to Saturdays. The group changed my motivation completely. Commitment to others is a very powerful tool for motivation. When you make a promise to yourself, it's easy to break. When you make a promise to others, it's much harder. Anna, let's talk about habits and routines now.
Yes, habits and routines are incredibly important for self-motivation. Here's the thing about motivation. It naturally goes up and down. Some days you feel very driven and energetic. Other days you feel flat and unmotivated. If your progress depends only on your feelings, you will be very inconsistent. But if your progress depends on habits and routines, you keep moving forward even on low motivation days. A habit is an automatic behavior. You do it without thinking too much. You brush your teeth every morning, not because you feel motivated, but because it is a habit. You can build the same kind of automatic behavior around your goals. If studying English every morning becomes a habit, you will do it whether you feel motivated or not. Consistency beats motivation every single time. Mark, how do you build good habits?
Building good habits is a skill. I follow a few simple principles. First, I make the habit very easy to start. If the habit is too hard at the beginning, I will avoid it. So I start with the smallest possible version. Want to read more? Start with 1 page a night. Want to exercise? Start with 5 minutes. Once the habit is established, I can gradually increase it. Second, I link the new habit to an existing one, habit stacking. After I drink my morning coffee, I will do 10 minutes of English practice. The coffee is the trigger for the new habit. Third, I track my habits. I use a simple calendar and put a mark on every day I do the habit. A streak of marks is very motivating. You don't want to break the chain. These 3 simple steps have helped me build lasting habits. What is a habit you built that changed your life, Anna?
The habit that changed my life most is daily reading. I started reading just 10 pages every night before bed. It seemed like nothing at first, but 10 pages a night is about 300 pages a month. That is 1 or 2 books a month. Over 1 year, I read more than 15 books. Those books changed how I think, how I communicate, and how I see the world. I learned so many new things about psychology, about habits, about history, about creativity. I became a better thinker and a better English speaker, all from 10 pages a night. I never would have believed that at the start. This is a great example of how a tiny, consistent habit creates enormous change over time.
The power of small and consistent actions is amazing. Let's talk about procrastination now, Mark. Why do people procrastinate?
Procrastination is one of the biggest enemies of self-motivation. It means you delay doing something even when you know you should do it. You say, "I'll do it later," and later never comes. Why do people procrastinate? It's usually because of one of these reasons. First, the task feels too big or overwhelming. Second, there's a fear of failure. If you don't start, you can't fail. Third, there's a fear of imperfection. You want to do it perfectly, so you wait for the perfect moment that never arrives. Fourth, the task is boring or unpleasant. Understanding why you are procrastinating is the first step to stopping it. Each reason needs a different solution. For the too big reason, break the task into tiny pieces. For the fear of failure reason, remind yourself that done is better than perfect. Anna, what is your best tip for fighting procrastination?
My best tip for fighting procrastination is the 5-minute commitment. When I don't want to start something, I tell myself, just do it for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can stop if you want. Almost always, after 5 minutes, I am already working, and I keep going. The starting was the barrier, not the task itself. Another tip I love is removing distractions before I start. I put my phone in another room. I close unnecessary browser tabs. I make myself a cup of tea. Then I sit down with everything ready and nothing to distract me. A clear environment helps a clear mind. I also use a timer. I work for 25 minutes with full focus, then take a 5-minute break. This is called the Pomodoro technique. It makes long tasks feel very manageable. Have you tried the Pomodoro technique, Mark?
Yes, the Pomodoro technique is excellent. Working for 25 minutes with full focus, then resting for 5 minutes, then repeating, it keeps your brain fresh and makes deep work very achievable. I use it for writing, studying, and complex tasks. But even simpler than Pomodoro is just removing your phone from the room. I think the smartphone is the #1 killer of self-motivation in the modern world. Every notification is a little interruption. Every scroll through social media is 5 or 10 minutes of your goal time gone. I started leaving my phone in another room when I work or study, and my productivity increased enormously. We are not strong as our habits. Our environment often controls us. So, design your environment to support your goals, not to distract from them. Anna, let's talk about energy and self-motivation. Are they connected?
Absolutely. Energy and motivation are very closely connected. When your energy is low, even small tasks feel impossible. When your energy is high, you feel motivated to do many things. So taking care of your physical energy is a form of self-motivation. This means sleeping enough, eating nutritious food, moving your body regularly, and taking real breaks. I noticed that my most motivated periods always coincide with the times I sleep well and exercise regularly. My lowest motivation periods are always when I am tired, eating poorly, or sitting too much. Many people try to push through low energy with willpower or caffeine, but that only works for a short time. The sustainable solution is to manage your energy levels through good physical habits. Motivation follows energy. Mark, when during the day are you most motivated?
I am definitely a morning person. I feel most sharp, creative, and motivated in the first 2 to 3 hours after I wake up. That's when I do my most important and creative work. I protect those morning hours very carefully. I do not check social media or emails until I've finished my most important task of the day. After lunch, my energy naturally drops a little. I use that lower energy time for smaller, routine tasks, answering messages, organizing, reading. In the late afternoon, my energy often comes back a little, but not as strongly as the morning. Understanding your own energy patterns is very useful for self-motivation. Schedule your hardest, most important tasks for your highest energy time. Don't waste your peak hours on easy tasks. Do you know your own energy patterns, Anna?
Yes, I am also more productive in the mornings. My mind feels clearest before noon. I use that time for writing, learning, or anything that requires real concentration. In the afternoons, I feel slower, so I use that time for lighter work, organizing, responding to messages, doing simple tasks. I also discovered that short afternoon walks boost my energy significantly. Even a 10-minute walk outside around 3 o'clock gives me a second wave of motivation and energy for the rest of the day. I think people underestimate the power of movement as an energy booster. When you feel unmotivated and sluggish, the best thing to do is often the thing you least want to do. Get up and move. It almost always helps. Mark, let's talk about self-talk. How does the way we talk to ourselves affect motivation?
Self-talk has an enormous effect on motivation. The words we say to ourselves in our heads are like a constant background voice, and that voice is either encouraging or discouraging. Many people have a very harsh inner critic. They say things to themselves like, "You're so lazy," "You always fail," or "You will never be good enough." That kind of self-talk destroys motivation. If a friend talked to you like that, you would stop spending time with them. But we say these things to ourselves all day. The good news is that you can change your self-talk. It takes practice, but it is possible. Notice when the negative voice appears. Challenge it. Replace it with something kinder and more realistic. Instead of, "I can't do this," try, "This is hard, but I can try one step at a time." That small shift changes your whole emotional state. Anna, how do you practice positive self-talk?
I practice positive self-talk in several ways. First, I pay attention to my thoughts when I face a challenge. If I hear a negative thought, I name it. I say, "Oh, there's the inner critic again." Naming it gives me distance from it. It reminds me that the thought is not the truth, it is just a habit. Second, I have a few go-to phrases I use when I need encouragement. For example, "One step at a time." "Progress is more important than perfection." "I have done hard things before." These phrases are short and simple, but they shift my mindset quickly. Third, I sometimes speak to myself in the third person. Instead of, "I can't do this," I say, "Anna, you can do this." Research shows this technique, talking to yourself by name, creates useful emotional distance and increases self-control and motivation. Do you ever use encouraging phrases, Mark?
Yes, I have a few personal mantras, short phrases I repeat to myself when I need strength. One of mine is, "Start before you're ready." It reminds me not to wait for the perfect conditions. Another one is, "Discipline is freedom." At first, this sounds strange. How can discipline be freedom? But I have found it to be very true. When I am disciplined about my goals and habits, I actually feel freer. I have more energy, more time, and more confidence. Discipline creates the life I want. Without discipline, I drift and feel lost. Another phrase I love is, "Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today." Comparing yourself to others is very damaging to motivation. The only competition that matters is with your past self. Are you better today than yesterday? That is what counts. Anna, what is your personal mantra?
My personal mantra is, "Done is better than perfect." I need to remind myself of this often because I have perfectionist tendencies. I sometimes delay finishing things because they are not quite right. But perfectionism, as we discussed before, is a motivation killer. It keeps you stuck. Done is better than perfect reminds me that completing something imperfect is 1,000 times more valuable than an unfinished masterpiece that exists in my imagination. I also love the phrase, "Every day is a new start." When I have a bad day or miss a habit, I remind myself that tomorrow is a fresh beginning. The past day is gone. I can choose differently tomorrow. That idea takes the pressure off and keeps me motivated to try again.
Before we say goodbye today, I want to leave our listeners with a few final thoughts. Self-motivation is not about being perfect. It is not about feeling excited every single day. It's about building habits, knowing your why, taking small steps, and being kind to yourself when things are hard. Every person listening today has goals and dreams inside them. The question is not whether those goals are possible, they probably are. The question is, will you take the first small step today? Not tomorrow, not next Monday, today. One step, no matter how small. That step is the beginning of everything. I believe in every person listening. You have what it takes. And remember,
Motivation follows action. So go take that first step. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you, Anna, for this wonderful conversation today.
Thank you, Mark. This was such an energizing and inspiring conversation. And a huge thank you to all of you who listened today. I hope this episode gave you something useful, a new idea, a tip, a phrase, or just the reminder that you are capable of more than you think. Self-motivation is a skill, and like any skill, it grows with practice and patience. Be patient with yourself. Celebrate your small wins. Find your why. Build tiny habits. Surround yourself with people who inspire you. And please, be kind to your inner voice. You are your own most important coach. If this podcast helped you even a little, please share it with a friend who might need some motivation today. Come back next time for more friendly English conversations. Until then, keep going. You've got this. Goodbye from me, Anna. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here today. Today's topic is very special to me. We are going to talk about self-care. Maybe you have heard this word before. Self-care means taking care of yourself, your body, your mind, and your feelings. It is not selfish. It is necessary. I am joined today by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Together, we will share ideas, personal stories, and simple tips about self-care. We use easy English in this podcast, so it is perfect for beginners. I hope you enjoy our conversation and learn something helpful today. Hi, Mark. How are you? And are you ready to talk about self-care?
Hi, Anna. I'm very well, thank you. And hello to all our wonderful listeners. Welcome. Yes, I am absolutely ready. Self-care is a topic I love. I think many people hear self-care and imagine expensive things like spa days or fancy holidays. But real self-care is much simpler than that. It's about small, daily habits that keep you healthy and happy. It's about listening to your body and your mind. I think this topic is very important for everyone. Young people, adults, busy parents, students. Everyone needs self-care. And using simple English makes it easy for our beginners to follow along and learn. Let's start with the basics, Anna. What exactly is self-care to you?
To me, self-care is anything you do on purpose to feel better, physically, emotionally, or mentally. I like to think of it in 3 parts. First, there's body care, sleeping enough, eating well, moving your body. Second, there's mind care, resting your thoughts, reading, learning, or doing creative things. Third, there's emotional care, talking about your feelings, spending time with people you love, and allowing yourself to feel both happy and sad. All 3 parts are important. When one part is not cared for, the others suffer too. For example, when I don't sleep enough, I feel sad and I can't think clearly. Self-care keeps all 3 parts balanced. Mark, how would you describe self-care in one simple sentence?
In one sentence, I would say self-care means giving yourself what you need to feel well and function in daily life. Simple but powerful. I think many people confuse self-care with being lazy or selfish, but that is completely wrong. Self-care is the opposite of laziness. Lazy means doing nothing because you don't want to try. Self-care means making an active choice to rest, to recover, or to do something that helps your well-being. And it is definitely not selfish. When you take care of yourself, you have more energy and patience for others, for your family, your friends, your work. Think of it like charging your phone. If your phone battery is at 0, it does nothing. You need to charge it to use it. Self-care is your daily charge. Do you agree, Anna?
I love that comparison. Charging your phone is such a perfect way to explain it. And just like a phone needs regular charging, people need regular self-care. You cannot charge your phone once a month and expect it to work every day. The same is true for people. Self-care needs to be consistent.
Small things every day are better than one big thing once a month. I think one reason people struggle with self-care is that they feel they don't have time. Life is very busy. Work, family, chores, everything takes time. But I believe self-care does not always need a lot of time. Even 5 or 10 minutes of something good for you can make a real difference. Mark, what are some quick self-care things people can do when they are very busy?
Great question. When I'm very busy, I use small self-care moments during the day. For example, I take 3 slow, deep breaths before a meeting. It takes 30 seconds, but it calms my mind. I also drink a full glass of water in the morning before I check my phone. That one habit helps my body wake up. Another thing I do is take a 5-minute walk outside at lunchtime. Fresh air and a little movement really help my mood and focus. I also try to eat lunch away from my desk. Just changing the location and not looking at a screen for 20 minutes gives my brain a real rest. These are tiny things, but together they add up. What's your favorite quick self-care moment, Anna?
My favorite quick self-care moment is what I call my morning 5 minutes. Every morning, before I do anything else, I sit quietly for 5 minutes. No phone, no news, no talking. I just sit with a warm cup of tea, look out the window, and breathe. It sounds very simple, but it sets a calm tone for my whole day. On the days I skip it, I notice the difference. I feel more rushed and more stressed. Those 5 minutes feel like an anchor. They remind me that I exist and that the day belongs to me, not to my to-do list. Even on very busy days, 5 minutes is possible. You just have to choose it. Let's talk about sleep now, Mark. How important is sleep for self-care?
Sleep is absolutely the foundation of self-care. Everything else depends on it. When you sleep enough, your brain works better, your mood is more stable, your body heals, and you have more energy. When you don't sleep enough, everything feels harder. You get frustrated more easily. You make more mistakes. You feel low and tired all day. I used to be very proud of sleeping only 5 or 6 hours a night. I thought it made me productive and strong, but actually I was hurting myself. Now I protect my sleep like it is very precious, because it is. I go to bed at a similar time every night. I avoid caffeine after 3 in the afternoon. I turn off screens an hour before bed. My sleep improved a lot. How many hours do you sleep, Anna?
I try to sleep 7 to 8 hours every night. For me, the quality of sleep matters as much as the quantity. Sometimes I sleep 8 hours, but wake up feeling tired because my sleep was not deep or restful. I found that my sleep quality improved when I created a bedtime routine. About 30 minutes before bed, I stop using my phone, I dim the lights in my room, I read a few pages of a book, a real paper book, not a screen. Sometimes I write a few lines in my journal. These habits tell my brain it is time to slow down and rest. My body starts to relax naturally. A good bedtime routine is one of the best self-care gifts you can give yourself. Mark, let's talk about food. How does eating well connect to self-care?
Food is a very important part of self-care. What we eat directly affects how we feel, physically and emotionally. When I eat a lot of processed food, sugar, and junk, I feel heavy and foggy. My mood goes down. My energy crashes after a short time. But when I eat fresh vegetables, fruits, proteins, and drink enough water, I feel lighter, clearer, and more energetic. I'm not a perfect eater. I love pizza and chocolate, but I try to make good choices most of the time. I also think how you eat matters, not just what you eat. Eating slowly, without distractions, and actually tasting your food is a form of self-care too. It is called mindful eating. Do you practice mindful eating, Anna?
I try to. Mindful eating was hard for me at first because I was so used to eating while watching TV or scrolling on my phone. I would finish my whole meal and not even remember eating it. Now I try to eat at a table without screens, and I focus on the taste and texture of the food. It makes the meal more enjoyable, and I also notice when I am full, which means I eat less but feel more satisfied. I also notice which foods make me feel good and which make me feel bad. For example, too much coffee makes me anxious. Heavy food at night makes me sleep badly. Paying attention to your body is a form of self-care. Your body sends signals. You just have to listen. What about movement and exercise, Mark?
Movement is one of the most powerful forms of self-care, and it does not have to mean going to the gym every day. Any movement counts. Walking, dancing, swimming, cycling, stretching, yoga, they all help your body and your mind. When I exercise, my brain releases chemicals that make me feel happier and more relaxed. It's a natural mood booster. I used to hate exercise. I thought it was boring and painful, but then I found activities I actually enjoy. I love cycling outdoors and playing basketball with friends. Because I enjoy them, I actually do them. That's the key. Find movement you enjoy, not movement you force yourself to do. When it feels like fun, it's not hard to keep doing it. What kind of movement do you enjoy, Anna?
I love walking and dancing. Walking is my everyday movement. I try to walk at least 30 minutes a day. I often walk in the park near my home. I listen to music or a podcast while I walk, which makes it very enjoyable. Sometimes I walk with a friend and we talk the whole time, so I get exercise and social connection at the same time. Dancing I do at home, just for fun. I put on music I love and I just dance alone in my kitchen. It always makes me laugh and feel joyful. I think movement connected to joy is the best self-care. You don't need a perfect body or special equipment. You just need to move in a way that feels good. Let's talk about something different now. Rest and relaxation. Is rest the same as self-care?
Absolutely. Rest is a vital part of self-care. And I think many people feel guilty about resting. They think resting means wasting time, but that is a harmful mindset. Rest is productive. When you rest, your body repairs itself, your brain processes information, and your creativity recovers. There are different types of rest, too. Physical rest means your body stops moving, sleeping, or lying down. Mental rest means your brain stops working hard. Maybe you listen to calm music or sit quietly. Social rest means you spend time alone, away from people. Creative rest means you stop creating and just enjoy other people's art or beauty. Most people only think of sleep when they hear rest, but we need all these types. Which type of rest do you find hardest, Anna?
The hardest type of rest for me is mental rest. My brain is always thinking. Even when I lie down to relax, my mind is making lists, replaying conversations, planning tomorrow. It is very hard to switch it off. I've been practicing techniques to help with this. One thing that really works for me is a body scan. I lie down, close my eyes, and slowly bring my attention to each part of my body, from my feet up to my head. It takes about 10 minutes, and it usually quiets my mind. Another thing that helps is writing a brain dump in my journal before bed. I write down everything I'm thinking or worried about. Once it's on paper, my brain seems to relax. Have you found ways to quiet your mind, Mark?
Yes. Meditation has been the biggest help for me. I know some people think meditation is strange or difficult, but it's actually very simple. You just sit quietly, focus on your breathing, and when your mind wanders, which it always does, you gently bring it back to your breath. I started with just 5 minutes a day using a free app on my phone. Now I meditate for 15 minutes every morning, and it has changed my life. I'm calmer, more patient, and better at handling stressful situations. I also spend time in nature to quiet my mind. Being outside, surrounded by trees or near water, helps me feel very peaceful. Nature is a free, powerful tool for mental rest. Do you spend time in nature, Anna?
Yes, and I think nature is one of the most underrated forms of self-care. Being outside in a park, a forest, or near the sea, it does something magical to the body and mind. My stress level drops very quickly when I am in nature. Even sitting in a garden or near a plant at home helps. I read that spending just 20 minutes in nature lowers the stress hormone cortisol in your body. That is a scientific fact. I try to visit a park or a natural space at least a few times a week. In winter, when it is cold, even just opening a window and listening to birds helps me feel connected to the natural world. Mark, let's talk about hobbies now. Are hobbies a form of self-care?
Yes, definitely. Hobbies are wonderful self-care. A hobby is something you do purely for enjoyment, not for money or achievement. When you do a hobby, you enter a special mental state where you are fully focused and time seems to fly. Psychologists call this flow. It is very good for your brain and your mood. My hobbies are reading, cooking new recipes, and playing chess. When I cook something creative, I feel relaxed and proud at the same time. Reading takes me to different worlds and gives my own worries a rest. Chess challenges my mind in a fun, low-stakes way. I think everyone needs at least one hobby that they do just for the pleasure of it. A hobby says, I matter. My joy matters. What are your hobbies, Anna?
My hobbies are painting, reading, and gardening. Painting is my favorite form of self-care. When I paint, I forget everything else. There is no past, no future, just the colors and the canvas in front of me. It is like meditation with paint. I am not a professional artist. My paintings are simple and sometimes messy, but that does not matter at all. The process is what heals me, not the result. Gardening is also wonderful. I have a small balcony with pots of flowers and herbs. Watering them, watching them grow, touching the soil, it is all very calming and grounding. There is something very beautiful about caring for living things. And reading, of course, is a daily treat. Mark, do you think self-care looks different for everyone?
Absolutely. Self-care is very personal. What works for one person might not work for another. For example, some people feel recharged after spending time with friends. Being social gives them energy. Those people are called extroverts. But for introverts, people who get energy from being alone, socializing can be tiring. Their self-care might mean spending quiet time alone at home. Neither is wrong, they're just different. This is why I think it is important to know yourself. What actually makes you feel better? Not what you think should make you feel better, or what your friend says works for them. What works for you in your life? It takes some trial and error to figure that out. Have you always known what self-care works for you, Anna?
No, it took time. When I was younger, I didn't really think about self-care at all. I just pushed through every day doing what I had to do. I didn't rest properly, I didn't eat well, I didn't have many hobbies. I thought that was normal life. Then I went through a very stressful period, a lot of pressure at work and some personal problems. I felt completely exhausted and empty. That was my wake-up call. I started paying attention to what made me feel better and what made me feel worse. Slowly, I built my self-care habits. It was like building a house, one brick at a time. Now I have a solid routine that really supports me. I think sometimes we need a difficult period to understand the importance of taking care of ourselves. Did you have a wake-up call like that, Mark?
Yes, I did. Mine came about 4 years ago. I was working very long hours at my job. I was sleeping very little, skipping meals, not exercising, and seeing my friends almost never. I thought I was being strong and dedicated, but one day I just broke down. I felt completely overwhelmed and I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't even know exactly why. I went to my doctor. She told me I was burned out. That was a new word for me then. Burnout means you are so exhausted, physically and emotionally, that your mind and body stop functioning well. My doctor said, "Mark, you cannot pour from an empty cup." That sentence changed everything for me. I started making self-care a real priority from that point. What does burnout feel like to you, Anna?
Burnout feels like running on empty. You are awake, but not really present. You feel tired all the time, even after sleeping. Simple tasks that were easy before now feel huge and impossible. You lose interest in things you used to enjoy. You feel irritable and sometimes very sad or empty inside.
I experienced a mild burnout once, and the scariest part was that I didn't even recognize it at first. I just thought I was tired. But the tiredness didn't go away with sleep. That is a key sign. When rest doesn't help, something deeper is wrong. The best thing you can do to prevent burnout is to practice self-care consistently before you reach that empty point. Prevention is always better than recovery. Mark, how do you prevent burnout now?
Now I have a few rules I try not to break. First, I stop work at a fixed time every evening. Work does not follow me into the evening or weekend unless there is a real emergency. Second, I take all my annual holiday days. Before, I used to skip holidays to work more. Now I know that rest and breaks make me more productive, not less. Third, I check in with myself every Sunday evening. I ask, how do I feel this week? Do I feel balanced? Is something bothering me? This short check-in helps me notice early warning signs before they become a big problem. Fourth, I say no to things that are not necessary when my energy is low. Protecting your energy is self-care. Do you also do regular check-ins with yourself, Anna?
Yes, I do a quick daily check-in and a deeper weekly one. My daily check-in is very simple. Every evening, I ask myself 3 questions. What felt good today? What felt hard today? What do I need tomorrow? I write the answers in my journal. It takes about 5 minutes, but it helps me process my feelings and not let them pile up. The weekly check-in is a little longer. I look at how I slept, how I ate, how I moved, how I connected with people. I ask, is anything out of balance? Did I spend time on things I enjoy? The weekly check-in also helps me plan self-care for the next week. I think many people wait for the weekend to recover from a bad week, but it is better to manage your well-being all week long. Let's talk about social connection, Mark. Is that part of self-care?
Yes, social connection is a very important part of self-care for most people. Humans are social animals. We need connection, belonging, and love to be healthy. Research shows that people with strong social connections live longer and are happier and healthier than people who are lonely. Loneliness is actually very bad for your health. Some scientists say it is as harmful as smoking. I try to invest time in my friendships and family relationships. I call a friend or family member at least once or twice a week. I try to meet people in person regularly, even just for a short coffee. These connections give me joy and support. When I go through a hard time, having good people around me makes everything more bearable. How do you maintain your social connections, Anna?
I am quite intentional about my friendships. I have a small group of close friends, and I prefer deep connections over many shallow ones. I have a regular phone call with my best friend every Thursday evening. We have been doing that for 3 years. Even if we are both busy, we protect that time. I also have a small group of friends, 4 of us, and we meet for dinner once a month. Those evenings are always wonderful. We laugh, we talk honestly, we support each other. I also believe in the quality of connection, not just the frequency. A 2-hour, honest conversation with a good friend is worth more than 10 quick text messages. Mark, what about alone time? Is being alone also part of self-care?
Absolutely. Alone time is essential self-care, especially for introverts like me. I need regular alone time to recharge. After spending a lot of time with people, even people I love, I feel drained and I need quiet time to recover. Loneliness is not the same as alone time. Loneliness is when you want connection but don't have it. Alone time is when you choose to be by yourself to rest and restore your energy. I love spending Sunday mornings alone. I make a good breakfast, I read, I go for a quiet walk. No calls, no plans, just myself and my thoughts. That alone time fills me up for the week. I think in our very connected social world, many people are afraid to be alone, but learning to enjoy your own company is a great form of self-care. Do you enjoy alone time, Anna?
Yes, I really do. I am somewhere between an introvert and an extrovert. I love people, but I also deeply need my quiet time. I think of alone time as a gift I give to myself. In those moments, I can think freely, create, relax, and simply be myself without any performance or effort. One of my favorite alone time activities is long baths. I fill the bath with warm water, put on calm music, light a candle, and stay there for 30 minutes. It is simple and inexpensive, but it feels very luxurious and deeply restorative. I come out feeling calm and renewed. I think self-care does not need to be expensive. Let's talk about that. Can self-care be free or low cost, Mark?
This is so important to say. Self-care does not have to cost money. In fact, many of the most powerful self-care practices are completely free. Sleeping is free, breathing exercises are free, walking in nature is free, drinking enough water is free, calling a friend is free, writing in a journal is nearly free, stretching at home is free, watching the sunrise or sunset is free, laughing with someone you love is free. I get a little frustrated when I see advertisements for expensive self-care products. They make people feel that self-care is only for people with money, and that is simply not true. Yes, a massage or a spa day can be lovely, but the daily habits that truly support your health are available to everyone, regardless of money. What is your favorite free self-care activity, Anna?
My favorite free self-care activity is walking in nature, especially in a park or a forest. It costs nothing, and the benefits are enormous. When I walk among trees, my mind becomes quiet. I pay attention to small, beautiful things, the sound of leaves, the color of the sky, a bird singing. It pulls me out of my head and into the present moment. That is another very important self-care skill, being present. So many people live in the past, replaying old memories, or in the future, worrying about things that haven't happened yet. Being present means you are here, now, in this moment. And the present moment is usually calm and manageable. Nature helps me do that. Mark, what do you think about digital detox as a form of self-care?
Digital detox, taking a break from screens and technology, is one of the most needed forms of self-care today. We are surrounded by screens all day. Phones, computers, televisions, tablets. Our brains never get a break from information. This constant stimulation is very tiring for the nervous system. I try to have one screen-free hour every evening. I also try to have at least one screen-free morning on weekends. When I do that, I feel less anxious and more calm. I notice the world around me more. I have more creative thoughts. I'm more present in conversations. Even small digital breaks help. Leaving your phone in another room for an hour, or putting it face down on the table during meals. Do you do any kind of digital detox, Anna?
Yes, I have a few digital rules that really help me. I don't look at my phone for the first 30 minutes after I wake up. That quiet time belongs to me, not to social media or the news. I also don't use my phone at the dinner table. Meals are for food and conversation, not screens. And on one day each month, I try to have a full, slow day. No social media, no news, minimal phone use. On those days, I read, cook, walk, or do craft activities. I always feel wonderfully refreshed afterward. I think we all need to remember that we control our technology. Technology should not control us. Mark, let's talk about something personal now. What is your favorite part of your self-care routine?
My favorite part of my self-care routine is my morning. I wake up a little early, so I have time just for myself before the day begins. I drink a large glass of water first. This wakes up my body. Then I do 10 minutes of gentle stretching. Then I meditate for 15 minutes. After that, I make coffee and write 3 things I am grateful for in my journal. This whole morning routine takes about 45 minutes, but it sets up my entire day in a positive way. I feel calm, focused, and ready when I start work. The days I skip my morning routine, I feel the difference immediately. I am more reactive, more anxious, so I protect my mornings carefully. Morning routines are very popular in self-care. Do you have one, Anna?
Yes, my morning routine is very important to me. Mine is a little different from yours, but it also starts with quiet time. I wake up, and before getting out of bed, I take 3 deep, slow breaths. Then I sit with my tea for 5 minutes in silence. After that, I write in my journal, just a few sentences about how I feel and what I want from the day. Then I wash my face with cold water, which wakes me up beautifully. I get dressed, eat a simple, healthy breakfast, and then I am ready. The whole routine is about 40 minutes. Mornings used to be chaotic and rushed for me. Now they are calm and intentional. A good morning really does create a good day. Mark, let's talk about gratitude. Is gratitude a form of self-care?
Yes, gratitude is a beautiful and powerful form of self-care. When we practice gratitude, we train our brain to notice what is good in our lives, instead of always focusing on what is missing or wrong. Research shows that people who regularly practice gratitude feel happier, sleep better, and have stronger relationships. I write 3 things I am grateful for every morning. They don't have to be big things. Today, I wrote, I am grateful for hot coffee, for sunshine through my window, and for a good conversation with my brother yesterday. Small things count. When you do this every day, you start to notice more and more things to be grateful for. Your brain changes its default from what is wrong to what is good. That shift is life-changing. Do you practice gratitude, Anna?
Yes, I do. I write in my gratitude journal every evening before bed. I write 3 things from my day that I am grateful for. Even on difficult days, and there are difficult days, I can always find 3 things. Maybe I am grateful that the day is over and tomorrow is a new start. Maybe I am grateful for a kind stranger who smiled at me. Maybe I'm grateful for my health. Gratitude helps me end the day on a positive note, which helps me sleep better too. I also try to express gratitude to people, to actually say thank you and mean it, to write a kind message, to tell someone that I appreciate them. Gratitude shared with others is even more powerful. It connects people and creates warmth. Mark, how do you think we can build self-care habits and actually keep them?
Building and keeping self-care habits is all about starting small and being consistent. Many people try to change everything at once. They want to exercise every day, meditate, eat perfectly, sleep 8 hours, journal, and read all from Monday. That is too much change, too fast. The brain resists big, sudden changes. Instead, start with one small habit. Do it for 2 weeks, then add another. Small steps over time create big changes. I also suggest habit stacking, attaching a new habit to something you already do. For example, I do my stretching right after I brush my teeth in the morning. It's connected to an existing habit, so I almost never forget it. Another tip, track your habits on a simple calendar. Seeing your progress is very motivating. What is your best tip for keeping habits, Anna?
My best tip is don't aim for perfect, aim for consistent. Many people stop their self-care habits after one bad day. They miss one morning walk and think, I failed, the habit is broken. But that is not true. One missed day is not a failure. What breaks a habit is giving up completely after a small slip. So I tell myself, missing once is an accident, missing twice is a choice. So if I miss my morning routine one day, I make sure to do it the next day. I also keep my self-care habits very simple. The simpler the habit, the easier it is to maintain even on hard days. On a very bad day, my morning routine shrinks to just the tea and 3 breaths. That's still self-care. Something is always better than nothing. Mark, any final thoughts before we close?
Yes. I want to leave our listeners with this final thought. Self-care is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is not something you do when you have extra time. It is something you make time for because your health and well-being are worth it. You are worth it. Start today, not next Monday, not next month, today. Pick one small self-care action. Maybe it's drinking a glass of water right now. Maybe it's stepping outside for 5 minutes. Maybe it's calling someone you love. One small action is a beginning, and every great journey begins with one small step. I want to thank our wonderful listeners for spending this time with us. Thank you, Anna, for another beautiful conversation. I really enjoyed it. Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mark. This was truly a wonderful conversation, full of warmth and practical ideas. And a huge, heartfelt thank you to all of you listening. I hope this episode reminded you that you deserve care, your own care first. Please don't wait for a crisis to start taking care of yourself. Start now with something small and gentle. Remember, self-care is not selfish, it is not lazy, and it does not need to be expensive. It's simply choosing yourself every day in small and loving ways. If today's episode helped you, please share it with someone who might need it. And come back next time for more friendly English conversations. Until then, be kind to yourselves. Goodbye and take care. From me, Anna.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we are going to talk about time management. This is a very important topic. Many people feel they do not have enough time. They feel busy every day. But maybe the problem is not the time. Maybe the problem is how we use the time. I think it is possible to learn good habits. We can all get better at this. I am happy to talk about it today with my friend, Mark. Mark, hello. How are you?
Hello, Anna. I am very happy to be here. Thank you for that introduction. Yes, time management is a great topic. I think about it a lot. Every morning I wake up and I think, what do I need to do today? Sometimes I have a long list, and sometimes I do not do everything on the list. I feel bad about that, but I am learning. I think small changes can help a lot. I want to share some simple ideas today. I hope our listeners find them useful. Let us begin.
Great. So, Mark, let us start with a basic question. What is time management? Can you explain it in simple words? I think some people hear this phrase and they feel confused. It sounds very professional, but I think it is not so difficult to understand. Time management means we plan how to use our time. We decide what to do first and what to do later. We try to use our time well. Does that sound right to you, Mark? I think it is a simple idea, but it is not always easy to do in real life.
Yes, Anna, I agree completely. Time management is simple to understand, but not always simple to do. It means you are the boss of your time. You decide what is important. You decide what to do now and what to do tomorrow. For example, if I have a big project at work, I plan my time for it. I do not wait until the last minute. I start early. This helps me feel less stressed. I think the key word is plan. If you have a plan, you feel more in control of your day, and that feels really good.
I love that, being the boss of your time. That is a great way to say it. So, Mark, why do you think time management is important? I think many people know they should manage their time better, but they do not start. They say, I will do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and they say the same thing again. It's a cycle. I think we need a reason to change. For me, the reason is stress. When I do not manage my time, I feel very stressed, and stress is not good for health. What about you, Mark? Why is it important to you?
That's a really good point, Anna. Stress is a big reason for me too. When I do not plan my time, everything feels urgent. I feel like I am always running. I never have time to rest. And then I feel tired and unhappy. But when I manage my time well, I finish my work and I still have free time. Free time is so important. I can read a book, go for a walk, or spend time with my family. Good time management gives you more life outside of work. It's not just about being productive, it's about being happy too.
Yes, I totally agree. Happy and productive. Let's talk about some common problems now. I think one big problem is that people do not know where their time goes. Have you ever had a busy day and then thought, what did I actually do today? I have that feeling sometimes. I'm busy all day, but I feel like I didn't finish anything important. I think the first step is to look at how we spend our time. We need to see our habits. Sometimes we are surprised. We spend a lot of time on things that are not important. Do you agree, Mark?
Oh yes, absolutely. I did an exercise once. I wrote down everything I did for one whole day. Every hour I wrote a short note, and at the end of the day, I looked at the list. I was surprised. I spent a lot of time checking my phone, maybe 2 or 3 hours total. That's a long time. And I didn't even feel like I was wasting time. It just happened little by little. So I think awareness is the first step.
You need to know your habits before you can change them. Try this exercise. It's very eye-opening and helpful.
That is a fantastic exercise, Mark. Writing down your activities. I think many people will be surprised when they try it. Okay, so now we know the problem. We do not always use our time well. What can we do about it? Let's talk about some simple strategies. One thing I do is make a to-do list every morning. I write down 3 things I want to do that day. Only 3, not 20 things, just 3 important things. This helps me focus. I don't feel overwhelmed. And when I finish all 3, I feel great. It's a small habit, but it makes a big difference.
3 things. I like that idea, Anna. It's simple and realistic. I also make lists, but sometimes my list is too long. Then I feel stressed looking at it. So 3 things is a good limit. I also try to do the most important thing first in the morning. I call this eating the frog. It sounds strange, I know, but it means you do the hardest or most important task first, before email, before social media, before everything. Then the rest of the day feels easier. You already did the big thing. The other tasks seem smaller after that. Have you tried this, Anna?
Eating the frog. I love that expression. Yes, I have heard it before, and I think it is true. When I do a hard task first, I feel so relieved. The whole day is better after that. But sometimes it is hard to start with the hard thing. Our brain does not like hard things. We want to do easy things first. It's natural. So we need to be a little strict with ourselves. Maybe we say, no email until I finish my first task, or no coffee until I start the big project. We use small rewards to help us. Does that work for you, Mark?
Yes, rewards really help. I use them all the time. For example, I tell myself, after I write this report, I can have a cup of coffee and a short break. The coffee becomes my reward. It sounds small, but it really works for me. Our brain likes rewards. It makes work feel more like a game. You finish a task, you get a reward. It's a simple system. I think the key is to make the reward something you really enjoy. And the reward should come right after the task, not much later, immediately after. That way your brain connects the reward with finishing the task.
Rewards and tasks. I love this idea. Now let us talk about something else. Distractions. I think this is one of the biggest problems today. We have so many distractions. Our phones, social media, messages, emails, they never stop. Every few minutes, something wants our attention, and each distraction breaks our focus. Then it takes time to focus again after a distraction. Studies say it can take more than 20 minutes to fully focus again after a distraction. That is a lot of lost time in one day. Mark, how do you deal with distractions? Do you have any tips?
Distractions are really difficult. I think the phone is the biggest one for most people, including me. My solution is simple. I put my phone in another room when I need to work. If I can't see it, I don't think about it as much. I also turn off notifications. I don't need to know every time someone likes my photo or sends a message. I check my phone at specific times, for example, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This way I stay informed, but I'm not checking it all the time. It was hard at first, but now I feel much better and more focused during work time.
Okay, let us now talk about planning. I think planning is the heart of time management. If you have a good plan, you know what to do and when. You don't waste time deciding. You just follow the plan. I plan my week every Sunday evening. I sit down with a cup of tea and I look at the next week. I write important things in my calendar, appointments, meetings, deadlines. Then I also think about personal goals. Maybe I want to exercise 3 times this week or finish a book. I put these in the calendar too. Then Monday morning, I already know my week. It feels good.
Weekly planning is a great habit, Anna. I do something similar. On Sunday or Monday morning, I look at my week. I ask myself, what are the 3 most important things I need to do this week? Not for work only, but for life also. Maybe one thing is work, one thing is health, and one thing is family. I try to balance different areas of life, because time management is not only about work, it's about your whole life. If you only manage work time, you might forget your health or your relationships. A good plan includes everything that's important to you as a person.
Balance is so important. You're right, Mark. We should not only think about work. We need time for everything: work, family, health, hobbies, rest. I think rest is often forgotten. Many people feel guilty when they rest. They think, I should be doing something. But rest is not lazy. Rest is necessary. When you rest, your brain recovers. You become more creative. You make better decisions. You are more patient with people. Without rest, everything gets harder. So I tell people, plan your rest time too. Put it in your calendar. Protect it like you protect a work meeting. Rest is a meeting with yourself.
A meeting with yourself. I love that, Anna. That is a beautiful way to think about it. I used to feel guilty about taking breaks. I thought working all the time meant I was productive, but actually working without breaks makes you less productive over time. You make more mistakes, you feel tired, your ideas stop coming. Now I take short breaks every hour or so. I stand up, walk a little, drink some water, just 5 or 10 minutes, and then I come back to work feeling more fresh. These small breaks actually help me do more work, not less. So breaks are an investment in productivity.
An investment in productivity, yes. Short breaks are so helpful. Now I want to talk about a technique that many people use. It's called the Pomodoro technique. Have you heard of it, Mark? It's a very popular method for managing time and staying focused. The idea is simple. You work for 25 minutes, then you take a 5-minute break. Then you work for 25 minutes again. After 4 rounds, you take a longer break, maybe 15 or 30 minutes. You use a timer. The word Pomodoro means tomato in Italian. The person who invented it used a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. Isn't that fun?
Yes, I know the Pomodoro technique. It is a great method. I've used it many times. The timer really helps. When you have 25 minutes, you focus because the time is limited. You think, I only have 25 minutes, so I must concentrate now. And the break is also nice because you know it is coming. You do not feel like you are working forever. You think, just 25 minutes, then I can rest. It makes hard work easier to start. Many people find it hard to begin a task, but starting a 25-minute session is not scary. It's a small and manageable amount of time.
Exactly. Starting is often the hardest part. Once you start, it is easier to continue. The Pomodoro helps you start. Okay, let us talk about something that I find very interesting: the idea of time blocks. This is when you plan your day in blocks of time. For example, from 9 to 11 is for deep work. 11 to 12 is for email and messages. After lunch, maybe meetings. Then in the afternoon, creative work. Each part of the day has a purpose. You do not mix everything together. This way, your brain knows what kind of thinking to do. It is more efficient. Does this sound useful, Mark? Do you use time blocks?
Yes, time blocking is one of my favorite methods. I really recommend it. In the morning, my brain is fresh and I use that time for thinking and creating. I never schedule meetings in the morning if I can help it. Meetings take energy and time. I prefer mornings for my own work. Then in the afternoon, I do easier tasks like emails and calls. I match the task to my energy level. When I have high energy, I do hard things. When I have low energy, I do easy things. I think this is called working with your natural rhythm, and it makes a big difference in how much you can get done each day.
Working with your natural rhythm. That is a great concept. Not everyone is the same. Some people work best in the morning. Other people work better at night. We are all different. I think it is important to know yourself. When do you feel most alert? When do you feel most creative? Plan your hard tasks for those times. Do easy tasks when you feel tired. This is a very personal approach to time management. There is no one perfect system for everyone. The best system is the one that works for you, so you need to experiment a little. Try different things and see what helps you personally.
I completely agree. Knowing yourself is really important. I'm a morning person. I wake up early and feel great. By 8 o'clock in the evening, I'm tired and I cannot focus well. So I never try to do important work late at night. I know it will not be my best work. But my sister is totally different. She works best at midnight. She is very creative at night. We are all different, so I always say do not copy someone else's schedule exactly. Take ideas, but adapt them to your own life and body. What works for your friend might not work for you at all. And that's okay.
Your sister sounds like me sometimes. I like working in the evening too. Okay, let us talk about something very common, the feeling of being overwhelmed. I think many people have this feeling. You look at your to-do list and it is very long. You have so many things to do, and you don't know where to start, so you feel stuck. You might even start to do nothing because everything feels too big. This is called being overwhelmed. Have you felt this way, Mark? I think most people have at some point. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, and it can stop you from doing anything at all.
Oh, I know that feeling very well, Anna. It's terrible. You feel paralyzed. You can't move. I think the best thing to do when you feel overwhelmed is to stop and breathe first. Do not panic. Then take your big list and choose just one task. Just one. The most important or the most urgent one. Forget the rest for now. Focus only on that one task. Start it. When you finish it, choose another one. Take it step by step. The list will slowly get smaller, and each time you finish a task, you feel a little better. The feeling of progress is very powerful and motivating.
One task at a time. Simple and powerful. I also want to talk about saying no. I think this is very important for time management. Many people say yes to everything. Someone asks for help, they say yes. Another meeting is added, they say yes. A new project arrives, they say yes. And soon, their calendar is completely full. There is no time for their own priorities. Learning to say no is a skill. It is not rude to say no, it is responsible. When you say no to one thing, you say yes to your own time and priorities. Mark, do you find it easy or difficult to say no?
Honestly, saying no is very difficult for me. I'm a people pleaser. I like to help. I don't want to disappoint anyone. So I often say yes when I should say no. And then I'm stressed because I have too much to do. I'm slowly getting better at this. One thing that helps me is to pause before answering. When someone asks me something, I don't say yes immediately. I say, let me think about it and check my schedule. This gives me time to decide honestly. Sometimes I can help, sometimes I cannot, and that's okay. We can't do everything for everyone all the time. It's not possible.
Pausing before answering is a wonderful strategy. I do that too now. It's okay to say, I will check and let you know. You don't have to answer immediately. Okay, let us talk about technology and time management. We already talked about phones and distractions, but technology can also help us manage time better. There are many apps and tools for this. Have you used any apps for time management, Mark? I know there are apps for to-do lists, calendar apps, timer apps, and many others. Sometimes I think there are too many options, and it can also be confusing. Do you use any specific apps that you like?
Yes, I use a few apps. For my to-do list, I use a very simple app. I just write my tasks and check them off when I finish. The satisfying feeling of checking something off is real and motivating. I also use a calendar app for all my appointments and plans. I sync it with my phone and computer. For the Pomodoro technique, I use a simple timer app, nothing fancy. I think the key is not to use too many apps. Find one or two that work for you and stick with them. Changing apps all the time is also a way to waste time. The tool is not the solution. Your habits are the real solution.
That is so true. The habit is more important than the tool. You can have the best app in the world, but if your habits are bad, the app will not save you. Okay, I want to ask you something personal, Mark. What was your biggest time management mistake? Something you did before that you do not do now? I will share mine too. I think it is helpful to learn from mistakes. We all make them. My biggest mistake was trying to do many things at the same time, what people call multitasking. I thought I was saving time, but actually I was doing everything poorly and slowly. What about you?
Multitasking. Yes, that was my mistake too. I thought doing two things at once was efficient, but our brains cannot really multitask. We just switch quickly between tasks, and each switch costs time and mental energy. So we think we're saving time, but we're losing it. My other big mistake was not having a morning routine.
I used to wake up and immediately check my phone, emails, news, social media, and then I felt stressed before I even had breakfast. Now I have a calm morning routine first. A little exercise, breakfast, some quiet time. Then I check my phone. My mornings are much better now.
Wake up earlier, yes. Even 10 or 15 minutes can help a lot. Now I want to talk about something called deadlines. I think deadlines are very important in time management. A deadline is a date or time when something must be finished. Without a deadline, tasks can go on forever. We keep working on something without finishing it, or we keep postponing it. But with a clear deadline, we work with more focus. We know by Friday this must be done, so we manage our time better during the week. Mark, how do you use deadlines? And what do you do if a deadline feels scary or too close?
Deadlines are very useful. They create a little pressure, and sometimes that pressure is good. It helps us focus. I always set deadlines for my tasks, even if no one gives me one. For example, if I need to write a report and my boss says, do it when you can, I still set a deadline for myself. Maybe I say, I will finish this by Wednesday. Without that, I might wait and wait. If a deadline feels scary, I break the big task into small steps. Each step has its own small deadline. Then the big deadline is not so scary. It's just a collection of small steps, and small steps are easy to take.
Breaking a big task into small steps, I love this strategy. It's called chunking, I think. You take a large task and divide it into many small parts. Each small part is easy to do, so you never feel overwhelmed. You just do one small part, then another, and before you know it, the big task is done. I use this method for big projects at work. I look at the whole project and I think, what are all the steps to finish this? Then I put each step on my calendar with a deadline. The big project becomes a simple plan. It's a really effective way to deal with large tasks.
Yes, chunking is a fantastic strategy, and it also helps with procrastination. Procrastination means you delay doing things. You keep saying, I will do it later, I'll start tomorrow. But tomorrow never comes. Often we procrastinate because the task seems too big or too hard. But if you break it into very small parts, it's not so hard. You can start with just 5 minutes on the task. Often you will continue after 5 minutes because you already started. Starting is the hardest part. Once you're working, the momentum carries you forward. So make the first step very, very small and easy to take.
Procrastination, such a common problem. I think almost everyone does it sometimes. I certainly do. One thing that helps me is to think about how I will feel after I finish the task. I imagine that feeling of relief and pride, and then I want that feeling. So I start working to get that feeling. It's a way to motivate yourself with your imagination. Another thing that helps me is to make my workspace nice. If my desk is clean and comfortable, I feel more motivated to sit down and work. A messy desk makes me feel tired and unmotivated. So I tidy my desk before I start working. It makes a real difference.
A clean workspace is so important, I agree. When everything around you is messy, your mind feels messy too. And when your workspace is clean and organized, your mind is clearer. This is not just a feeling. Some research shows that a clean environment helps with focus. I also like to have good lighting. Natural light is the best. I sit near a window when I can. And I like to have a glass of water on my desk. Small things make a difference. Creating a good environment for work is part of time management. You're setting yourself up for success before you even start the first task.
Setting yourself up for success. I really like that phrase. Okay, we're getting close to the end of our conversation today. I want to talk about one more thing, the balance between being productive and enjoying life. I think some people take time management too seriously. They plan every minute. They feel guilty if they are not doing something useful. But life is not only about being productive. We need to laugh. We need to enjoy small moments. We need to be present with people we love. Good time management should give you more time for joy, not make your life feel like a strict schedule. What do you think, Mark?
I completely agree, Anna. Time management is a tool, not a prison. The goal is more freedom, not more stress. If your time management system makes you feel anxious, something is wrong. adjust it. Make it work for your life, not against it. I also think rest and play are productive in their own way. When you rest, you come back stronger. When you play, you get new ideas. When you spend time with loved ones, you feel happier and healthier. And happy, healthy people are more productive. So enjoying life is not a waste of time. It is actually one of the most important things you can do.
Beautifully said, Mark. Time management is about living better, not just working more. Now, I would love to know, what is the one piece of advice you would give to a total beginner? Someone who wants to start managing their time better but does not know where to begin. There's so much information available, it can be confusing. If someone listens to this podcast and wants to change just one thing, what would you tell them? What is the most important first step? I have my answer ready, but I want to hear yours first. What is the single best advice you can give?
My number one advice is this: start simple. Do not try to change everything at once. Just do one thing. My suggestion is to write 3 important tasks every morning before you start your day. Just 3, not 20, not 10, 3. Do those 3 things first before you get distracted. At the end of the day, look at your list. Did you do all 3? If yes, wonderful. If not, that's okay. Try again tomorrow. Do this every day for 1 month. It will become a habit. And from this one small habit, other good habits will grow naturally. Simple is always better when you are starting something new.
I love your advice, Mark. 3 tasks per morning, simple and powerful. My advice is very similar. I would tell a beginner to just start. Do not wait for the perfect system or the perfect moment. Start now with something very small. Maybe just write a to-do list today. Maybe just turn off notifications for 1 hour. Pick one small thing and try it today. Progress, not perfection. Even a tiny change is better than no change. And celebrate your small wins. If you finish your 3 tasks today, feel proud. Tell yourself, I did well today. Positive feelings help you continue. Be kind to yourself on this journey.
Yes, be kind to yourself. That is so important. We sometimes talk to ourselves very harshly. We say, I am lazy, I have no discipline, I never finish anything. These thoughts are not helpful. They make us feel bad and unmotivated. Instead, try to be your own coach, not your own critic. Say, okay, today was not perfect, but I did something. Tomorrow, I will try again. Progress is not always a straight line. Some days are better than others. That is normal and human. The key is to keep going, to try again. Each small step forward counts, and over time, small steps add up to big changes in your life.
Be your own coach, not your own critic. What a beautiful message. I think that's a perfect way to end our conversation today. We talked about so many things: what time management is, why it is important, common problems like distractions and procrastination, useful strategies like to-do lists, time blocks, morning routines, and the Pomodoro technique. We talked about saying no, deadlines, and the importance of rest and balance. I hope our listeners found all of this helpful. Remember, you do not need to do everything at once. Just start with one small step. Mark, any final words before we say goodbye today?
Just a few final words. Thank you, Anna, for this wonderful conversation. It was so enjoyable, and I learned things too, even from talking about what I already know. I want to say to everyone listening, your time is valuable. It is the most precious thing you have. You cannot get it back, so use it with care and intention. Plan your days. Focus on what matters to you. Rest and enjoy life. Manage your time so that you can live a life you are happy with. Start small, be consistent, and be patient. You can do this. Thank you for listening to our podcast today. We hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you to everyone who listened today. We hope this conversation gave you some good ideas and maybe some inspiration to start making changes. Time management is a journey. It's not something you perfect in one day. It takes practice and patience, but every step you take is worth it. Your future self will thank you. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with a friend. Maybe someone you know needs these ideas too. Take care of your time and take care of yourselves. Goodbye for now, and see you in the next episode of our podcast. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we talk about education. Education is very important in our life. We go to school when we are children. We learn many things there. We learn to read, write, and count. We also learn about the world. I think school is a great place. We meet friends there, we play and study together. Teachers help us every day. I liked school very much when I was a child. Did you like school? Today, my friend Mark is here with me. Hi, Mark. Let's talk about education together.
Hi, Anna. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Yes, I liked school too. School is a very special place. We spend many years there. I started school when I was 6 years old. I remember my first day. I was a little nervous, but my teacher was very kind. She helped me feel good. I made many friends on my first day. We played games and learned new things. School gave me many good memories. I think education is the most important thing in life. Without education, it is hard to get a good job. I am happy to talk about this today.
Yes, Mark, I agree with you. Education helps us in so many ways. First, we learn to read. Reading is very important. We read books, signs, and messages every day. Second, we learn math. Math helps us count money and understand numbers. Third, we learn about history and science. These are very interesting subjects. I loved reading class the most in school. My teacher always told us fun stories. I think every child needs a good teacher. A good teacher makes learning fun. Children learn better when they are happy. What was your favorite subject in school, Mark?
My favorite subject was science. I loved learning about animals and plants. Our teacher always brought interesting things to class. One day, she brought a small fish. We all looked at it and asked many questions. I also liked sports class. We played football and basketball. Sports are good for our body. They also teach us how to work as a team. I think physical education is very important for children. A healthy body helps us learn better. Anna, do you think children should have more sports at school? I believe movement helps the brain work better. It is very important.
I completely agree, Mark. Children need to move. They cannot sit all day. When children play and move, they feel better and learn more easily. I think schools should have sports every day, not only once or twice a week. But I also think art is very important. In art class, children draw and paint. They use their imagination. Art helps children express their feelings. Some children are very quiet, but they can show their feelings through art. Music is also wonderful. When I was a child, I loved singing at school. I think all subjects are important. Every child is different and likes different things.
That is so true, Anna. Every child is different. Some children love reading, some love drawing, some love numbers. Good schools understand this. They give children many different activities. This helps every child find what they love. I remember one boy in my class. He was not good at math, but he was amazing at drawing. His teacher always praised his art. This made him feel confident. He grew up and became a great artist. I think teachers must see the talents in every child. When a teacher believes in you, you can do great things. Every child has something special inside.
Yes, teachers are so important. They are like second parents to us. They spend many hours with children every day. Teaching is not an easy job. Teachers must be patient and kind. They must explain things clearly. Sometimes a child does not understand a lesson. A good teacher explains it again in a different way. My math teacher was amazing. When I did not understand something, she drew pictures to help me. Pictures made the lesson much easier. I was very grateful for her help. I think we should say thank you to our teachers more often. Teachers work very hard for us every day.
Absolutely, Anna. Teachers deserve much more respect and appreciation. In some countries, teachers earn very little money. This is not fair. Teaching is one of the most important jobs in the world. Without good teachers, there are no doctors, engineers, or scientists. Everyone needs a teacher first. I had a history teacher who loved his subject very much. His excitement made us excited too. He told stories about old kings and great events. I never fell asleep in his class. A passionate teacher changes everything. When a teacher loves what they teach, the students feel it. That energy is very powerful and unforgettable.
I had a teacher like that too. She taught us English. She brought songs, games, and movies to class. Learning English felt like playing, not studying. I think the way we teach is very important. Old teaching methods were very strict. The teacher spoke and students listened quietly. They could not ask questions. Now, modern teaching is different. Students ask questions, they work in groups, they do projects together. I think this is much better. Children learn more when they are active. They remember things longer when they do them, not just hear them. Good teaching is like a door. It opens the world for children.
That is a beautiful way to say it, Anna. Education really opens doors. Let me talk about technology now. Today, many children use computers and tablets at school. They watch videos and play educational games. Technology makes learning very interesting and fast. My little nephew loves learning with his tablet. He watches science videos and then asks his parents many questions. Technology helps children learn at their own speed. Some children are slow learners. That is okay. With technology, they can watch a lesson again and again. This is a great advantage. I think technology is a wonderful tool for education when teachers use it in the right way.
Yes, technology is wonderful, but I also think we must be careful. Children should not spend too many hours looking at screens. It is not good for their eyes or their health. Balance is very important. Children need technology, but they also need books, pencils, and paper. Writing by hand is still very important. It helps the brain remember information better. I still write notes by hand when I study something new. It helps me a lot. Also, not all families have tablets or computers at home. Some children are poor. Schools must help these children too. Every child deserves a good education, rich or poor. That is a basic right.
You are absolutely right. Education is a human right. Every child in the world should go to school. Sadly, this is not always the case. In some poor countries, many children do not go to school. Some children work instead of studying. They help their families earn money. This is a big problem. Without education, these children have fewer opportunities in the future. Many organizations around the world work to help these children. They build schools and give free books. I think this is very important work. We must support education everywhere. A better educated world is a better and more peaceful world for all of us.
That is so sad, but true. Education changes lives. I read a story about a girl in Africa. She walked 5 kilometers every day to go to school. She was very determined. She studied hard and won a scholarship to a university. Now she's a doctor. Her whole village is very proud of her. Stories like this show the true power of education. When we have the chance to study, we must use it. We must not waste it. I always tell young people to study hard and never give up. Learning is sometimes difficult, but it is always worth it. The effort we put into education always brings good results in the end.
What an inspiring story. I love hearing things like that. It reminds us how lucky we are. Many of us have schools near our homes. We have books, teachers, and computers. We should not take this for granted. Every morning we go to school, we have a great opportunity. I also want to mention learning languages. Learning a second language is very valuable today. English is spoken all over the world. If you speak English, you can talk to millions of people. You can find better jobs. You can travel more easily. I started learning English at age 8. It was difficult at first, but I kept trying. Now, look at me. I host a podcast in English.
Yes, you do, and you do it very well. Learning languages is fantastic. When you learn a new language, you also learn about a new culture. You understand people from other countries better. This is very important in today's world. The world is becoming smaller because of the internet and travel. We meet people from many different countries. Speaking their language is a great sign of respect. Even a few words in someone's language can make them smile. I always try to learn a few words when I visit a new country. People appreciate it so much. Language learning also keeps our brain healthy and active. It is like exercise for the mind.
Exercise for the mind.
I like that idea very much, Anna. Our brain needs exercise just like our body. Reading books is also great exercise for the brain. I read every day, even if only for 15 minutes. Reading helps us learn new words. It also helps us understand different ideas and opinions. When I was a teenager, I did not like reading very much. I preferred watching TV. Then my father gave me an exciting adventure book. I could not stop reading it. After that book, I fell in love with reading. I think finding the right book for each person is very important. The right book can change your life and make you love reading forever.
I love that story, Mark. The right book really can change everything. Parents play a big role in education, too. They are the first teachers in a child's life. Children learn from watching their parents. If parents read books at home, children want to read, too. If parents ask curious questions, children become curious, too. Parents should talk to their children a lot. They should read stories to them before bed. This is very important for children's language development. My mother read to me every night when I was small. I think this is why I love books so much today. Parents must be involved in their child's education. School and home must work together.
Totally agree. Parents and teachers must be a team. When they communicate well, children do better in school. Some parents never go to school meetings. They're very busy with work. But it is important to make time. Just one visit to school can make a big difference. The teacher can tell the parents how the child is doing. Parents can share information about problems at home. Together, they can find solutions. My parents always came to my school. They knew all my teachers by name. I felt very supported. I worked harder because I knew my parents cared. Children who feel supported at home do better at school. That connection is truly very powerful.
Exactly. Support is everything. Let's talk about university now. After school, many students go to university. University is a place for higher education. Students choose a subject they love. They study it in more depth. University can be very exciting. You meet many new people from different places. You become more independent. You cook for yourself, manage your money, and make your own decisions. University teaches life skills, not only academic knowledge. I studied teaching at university. I loved every minute of it. The friendships I made there are still very strong today. University was a life-changing experience for me. Do you have good memories from university, Mark?
Oh, yes. University was amazing. I studied computer science. It was challenging, but very interesting. I learned to think logically and solve problems. These skills help me every day in my work. At university, we also had many group projects. Working in a team taught me a lot. I learned to listen to other opinions. I learned to share ideas and compromise. These are important skills in real life, too. I also joined the university football team. Sport connected me with people from different departments. University is not only about books and exams, it's about growing as a person. I left university feeling much more confident and ready for the world.
That is wonderful, Mark. But not everyone goes to university, and that is okay, too. There are many other paths after school. Some people go to vocational schools. There, they learn practical skills like cooking, car repair, or hairdressing. These skills are very valuable. The world needs skilled workers. Not everyone needs a university degree to be successful. What matters most is doing something you love and doing it well. I know a woman who did not go to university. She learned to bake cakes. Now she has her own bakery. She employs 10 people. She is very happy and successful. Success has many different shapes and forms. It is not only one path.
That is a great example, Anna. There's no single right path for everyone. The important thing is to never stop learning. Learning does not stop after school or university. We learn every day of our lives. We learn from our experiences. We learn from our mistakes, too. Mistakes are actually very good teachers. When I make a mistake, I try to understand what went wrong. Then I do better next time. I'm not afraid of making mistakes. They help me grow. Lifelong learning is a wonderful concept. Even elderly people can learn new things. My grandmother is 78 years old. She just started learning how to use a smartphone. She is so excited about it every single day.
That is so inspiring. Your grandmother is a great example.
Learning has no age limit. We can learn something new every day if we choose to. Online learning is also very popular today. People learn cooking, photography, or languages online. There are free websites and apps for everything. You can learn from the best teachers in the world from your own home. This is truly amazing. During the pandemic, many schools moved online. It was hard at first. Teachers and students had to adapt quickly, but it also showed us that learning can happen anywhere. All you need is curiosity and a willingness to try. I think curiosity is the most important quality for a learner.
Curiosity is the engine of learning. I love that. Curious people always ask why and how. They are never satisfied with a simple answer. They dig deeper and learn more. Children are naturally very curious. Have you noticed how many questions children ask? Why is the sky blue? Why do birds fly? Why do we sleep? These are wonderful questions. Schools should celebrate curiosity, not silence it. Sometimes teachers get tired of too many questions, but questions mean the child is thinking. Thinking is exactly what education should encourage. I believe a school that teaches children to ask good questions is better than a school that teaches only answers. Questions lead to discovery and innovation.
I love what you said, Mark. Questions are more valuable than answers. Let's talk about exams now. Many students feel very stressed about exams. I understand that feeling. My heart beat very fast, my hands were cold, but I prepared well, and the exam was not as bad as I expected. I think preparation is the key. If you study a little every day, you do not need to panic the night before the exam. Some students study everything on the last night. This is called cramming. It is not very effective. The brain cannot absorb so much information so quickly. Regular study, small steps, and good rest are the best strategies for success.
That is very practical advice, Anna. I used to cram for exams when I was younger. It never worked well. I would forget everything after the exam. Now I study in small parts every day. It is much better for long-term memory. Sleep is also very important before an exam. When you sleep, your brain organizes all the information you learned. A good night of sleep is sometimes better than an extra hour of studying. Eating well is important too. A healthy breakfast gives your brain energy to think clearly. I always eat a good breakfast on exam day. Water is important as well. When you are well hydrated, your brain works much more efficiently and clearly.
Great tips, Mark. I want to ask you something. Do you think exams are a good way to test students? Some experts say exams cause too much stress. They say students should be tested in other ways, for example, through projects, presentations, or portfolios. A portfolio shows all the work a student did during the year. I think this is a more complete picture of a student's ability. An exam is only one day. A student might be sick or very nervous. One bad exam does not mean they are a bad student. I think we need a mix of both. Exams and projects together give a better and fairer picture of what a student truly knows and can do.
I think that's a very balanced view. Yes, exams test knowledge quickly, but they do not show creativity or teamwork. Projects show different skills. A student who is nervous in exams might be brilliant in a group project. Every student has different strengths. The education system should recognize this. Finland is famous for its education system. Finnish schools have very few exams. They focus on curiosity, play, and real-life skills. Finnish students are very happy and perform very well internationally. This shows that less exam pressure does not mean lower quality. In fact, it often means better outcomes. Maybe other countries can learn important lessons from the Finnish education model.
Finland is a wonderful example. I read about their education system. Teachers there are very highly respected. Only the best graduates become teachers. Teaching is one of the most desired jobs in Finland. In some other countries, teaching is not seen as a prestigious job. This needs to change. If we want better education, we need to attract talented people to teaching. We need to pay teachers well and respect their work.
Teachers shape the future of a country. They raise the next generation of doctors, leaders, and scientists. If we invest in teachers, we invest in our future. Governments must understand this and put more money into education systems everywhere in the world.
Investing in education is investing in the future. I completely agree. Let me talk about private schools and public schools. Some parents send their children to private schools. Private schools often have smaller classes and more resources, but they cost a lot of money. Not all families can afford them. Public schools are free for everyone. They are funded by the government. The quality of public schools varies a lot between countries. Some public schools are excellent. Others do not have enough teachers or books. I believe every child deserves a quality education, regardless of their family's income. Governments must make sure all public schools have good funding, good teachers, and good materials.
That is very important, Mark. Equal opportunities in education are fundamental. Now, let's think about the future. How will education look in 50 years? I think there will be more personalized learning. Technology will help teachers understand each student's needs. Every student will have a learning plan made just for them. Some students learn fast, some need more time. Future technology can adapt to each learner. Virtual reality might also be used in schools. Imagine learning about ancient Rome by actually walking through it in virtual reality. That would be amazing and so much more exciting than reading from a textbook. The future of education is full of incredible and exciting possibilities. I am curious to see what comes next.
Virtual reality in schools sounds incredible. I think artificial intelligence will also change education a lot. AI can already help students with homework and explain difficult concepts. It can give personalized feedback instantly. This is something a single teacher cannot do for 30 students at the same time. AI can fill that gap. But I do not think AI will replace teachers. Teachers give something very special. They give emotional connection, motivation, and human warmth. A child needs a human role model. A machine cannot truly inspire a child the way a passionate teacher can. I think the future classroom will use the best of both, human teachers and smart technology working together for better results.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people.
They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely. These social skills are just as important as academic knowledge. The world needs people who can communicate well, work in teams, and understand different perspectives. Education teaches all of these important life skills beautifully.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely. These social skills are just as important as academic knowledge. The world needs people who can communicate well, work in teams, and understand different perspectives. Education teaches all of these important life skills beautifully.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely.
Before we finish today, I want to share one final thought. Education taught me something very important. It taught me how to think. Not just what to think, but how to think. Critical thinking means we do not believe everything we hear. We ask questions. We look for evidence. We consider different opinions. In today's world, we see a lot of false information online. Critical thinking helps us identify what is true and what is not. This is one of the most valuable skills education can give us. I am very grateful for everything my education gave me. It truly shaped who I am.
That is the perfect note to end on, Anna. Critical thinking is the most important gift of education. We live in a world full of information. We need the skills to navigate it wisely and carefully. Today, we talked about so many aspects of education. We talked about school, teachers, parents, technology, universities, and lifelong learning. Education is truly a lifelong journey. It starts when we are babies, and it never really ends. Every day, we have the chance to learn something new and wonderful. Thank you so much for this great conversation, Anna. And thank you to all our listeners for joining us today. Keep learning, keep growing, and never stop being curious. See you in the next episode.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy to be here with you today. This podcast is for beginners, so we will speak slowly and use simple English. Today, our topic is self-control. Self-control means we can manage our actions, feelings, and habits. It is very important in daily life. For example, we use self-control when we study, eat, or manage our time. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will talk about this topic together. I hope you enjoy listening and learning English with us today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark. Thank you, Anna, for the introduction. I'm excited to talk about self-control today. It is a very useful topic for everyone. We all need self-control in our daily life. It helps us make good choices and avoid bad habits. Sometimes it is not easy, but we can practice and improve. In this podcast, we will talk about simple examples of self-control. We will use easy words so you can understand well. I hope this conversation helps you learn English and think about your own habits too.
What do you think about self-control, Mark?
Yes, Anna, I agree with you. Self-control is very important, but sometimes it is difficult. I also have moments when I want to relax instead of working, but I try to control myself and finish my tasks first. It makes me feel good after that.
I think self-control helps us reach our goals. If we practice every day, we can get better. Even small actions can make a big difference. I'm happy to share my experiences and learn from you, too.
That's true, Mark. Small actions are very important. We do not need to be perfect. We just need to try a little every day. I think self-control is like a skill. We can learn it and improve over time. Sometimes we make mistakes, and that is okay. We can try again the next day. I also think it is important to be kind to ourselves. If we are too strict, we may feel stressed. So we need balance in our life.
I like that idea, Anna. Balance is very important. If we have too much control, life can feel hard. But if we have no control, we may have problems. So we need a good balance. For example, we can work hard but also take time to rest. We can eat healthy food but also enjoy some treats. I think self-control is about making good choices most of the time. It is okay to relax sometimes too.
Yes, Mark, I agree. Self-control is not about saying no to everything. It is about making good decisions. For example, I try to manage my time better. I make a simple plan for my day. This helps me stay focused and not waste time. Sometimes I still get distracted, but I try again. I think planning is a good way to practice self-control. It helps me feel more organized and calm.
That is a great idea, Anna. Planning is very helpful. I also try to make a plan for my day. I write down my tasks and do them one by one. This helps me stay focused. When I finish my tasks, I feel proud. Self-control also helps me avoid bad habits, like using my phone too much. It is not easy, but I try to limit my time. These small changes help me a lot in my daily life.
I understand that, Mark. Using the phone too much is a common problem. I also try to control that. Sometimes I put my phone away when I study or work. It helps me concentrate better. I think self-control is very useful for students and workers. It helps us use our time well and reach our goals. Even small steps can help us improve.
Yes, Anna, that is very true. Self-control is useful for everyone. It helps us in school, work, and daily life. We can start with small habits and improve step by step. I think it is important to stay patient. Change takes time. We should not give up if it is difficult. I hope our listeners can learn something from our conversation and try to practice self-control in their life.
Thank you, Mark. I think this is a great start to our topic. We talked about what self-control is and why it is important. I hope our listeners can understand and feel interested. In the next part, we will talk about simple examples of self-control in daily life. This will help you learn more useful expressions and ideas.
Yes, Anna, that sounds great. Dear listeners, thank you for listening to our introduction. We hope you enjoy this topic and learn new English words. Now we will move to part 1, where we talk about daily examples of self-control. Please stay with us and continue listening. Let's begin the next part of our podcast now.
Let's start part 1 and talk about simple examples of self-control in daily life. For me, one example is waking up early. Sometimes I want to sleep more, but I try to get up on time. It is not easy, especially on cold mornings. I tell myself I need to start my day. Another example is studying. Sometimes I feel lazy, but I try to sit down and study for at least a short time. Even 10 minutes is okay. These small actions are part of self-control. They help me stay focused and do what I need to do every day.
That is a great example, Anna. For me, self-control is also important when I use my phone. I like to watch videos and check social media, but sometimes I spend too much time. So I try to limit my phone use. For example, I do not use my phone when I work or study. I put it away and focus on my tasks. It is difficult at first, but it becomes easier with time. This small habit helps me be more productive. I think many people have this problem, so it is a good example of self-control.
Yes, Mark, I have the same problem with my phone. Another example for me is eating. I like sweet food, like chocolate and cake. Sometimes I want to eat a lot, but I try to stop myself. I tell myself to eat a small amount. This is not easy, but it is important for my health. I think food is a common situation where we need self-control. We can still enjoy food, but we need to be careful. This is a good way to practice self-control every day.
I agree, Anna. Food is a good example. I also try to eat healthy food during the week. Sometimes I want fast food, but I try to choose better options. Another example is exercise. After work, I often feel tired and want to rest, but I try to go for a walk or do some exercise. Even a short walk is good. It helps my body and mind. Self-control helps me choose what is good for me, even when I don't feel like doing it.
That is very true, Mark. Exercise is a great example. Another situation for me is time management. Sometimes I want to watch TV or relax, but I have work to do. So I try to finish my tasks first. After that, I can relax without worry. This makes me feel better. I think self-control helps us use our time wisely. If we always choose fun first, we may have problems later. So it is important to balance work and rest.
Yes, Anna, time management is very important. I also try to follow a schedule. I plan my day and do my tasks step by step. Sometimes I do not want to follow the plan, but I try my best. Another example is saving money. When I go shopping, I sometimes want to buy many things, but I ask myself, do I really need this? This helps me spend less money. Self-control helps me make better decisions with my money.
That is a very good point, Mark. Saving money is also part of self-control. I try to do the same. Before I buy something, I think carefully. Another example is emotions. Sometimes I feel angry or upset. In those moments, I try to stay calm and not say bad things. It is not easy, but I try to take a deep breath and think first. I think self-control is not only about actions, but also about feelings. It helps us have better relationships with others.
I agree, Anna. Controlling emotions is very important. Sometimes I feel stressed or angry, but I try to stay calm. I may take a short break or go for a walk. This helps me feel better. Another example is talking. Sometimes I want to interrupt others, but I try to listen first. This is also self-control. It helps me communicate better. These small actions can improve our daily life and our relationships with people.
Yes, Mark, listening is very important. I also try to listen more and speak less sometimes. It helps me understand others better. Another example is keeping promises. If I say I will do something, I try to do it. Even if I feel tired or busy, I try to keep my word. This is also self-control. It shows responsibility and respect. I think these small habits help us become better people step by step.
That is a great example, Anna. Keeping promises is very important. I also try to be responsible. If I have work to do, I try to finish it on time. Sometimes I feel lazy, but I remind myself why it is important. Self-control helps me stay on track. It's not always easy, but it's worth it. These daily examples show that self-control is part of many small actions in our life.
Yes, Mark. I think we shared many good examples. Self-control is everywhere in our daily life. From waking up early to managing our emotions, we use it all the time. I hope our listeners can understand these examples and think about their own habits. Maybe they can try one small change today. It can make a big difference over time.
That's right, Anna. Small changes can lead to big results. I hope our listeners learned some useful ideas and simple English expressions. Talking about daily examples is a great way to practice English. Now we are ready to move to part 2. In the next part, we will talk about how to improve self-control and build good habits. Let's continue our conversation together.
Now let's talk about how to improve self-control. For me, one helpful way is to start with small goals. I do not try to change everything at once. For example, if I want to study more, I start with just 10 or 15 minutes a day. This feels easy and I can continue. Another way is to make a simple plan. I write down my tasks for the day. When I see my plan, I feel more focused. These small steps help me build good habits slowly. I think anyone can try this and improve little by little.
That is a very good idea, Anna. Starting small is very important. For me, another way to improve self-control is to remove distractions. For example, when I study or work, I put my phone in another room. This helps me focus better. I also try to create a good environment. I keep my desk clean and quiet. This makes it easier to concentrate. I think our environment can help or stop our self-control, so we should make it simple and comfortable for work and study.
Yes, Mark, the environment is very important. Another way I improve my self-control is by making a routine. When I do the same things every day, it becomes a habit. For example, I study at the same time every evening. At first, it was hard, but now it feels normal. I do not think too much. I just do it. This helps me save energy and stay consistent. I think routines are very helpful for building good habits and improving self-control.
I agree, Anna. A routine makes things easier. Another tip is to reward yourself. When I finish my work or reach a small goal, I give myself a reward. It can be something simple, like watching a short video or eating a snack. This makes me feel good and motivates me to continue. I think rewards are helpful because they make hard tasks more enjoyable. We just need to keep the rewards small and not overdo them.
That is a great idea, Mark. Rewards can make a big difference. Another way I improve my self-control is by thinking about my goal. For example, if I want to be healthy, I remember this when I choose my food. It helps me make better decisions. I also try to stay positive. If I make a mistake, I do not feel too bad. I just try again. I think a positive mind is very important when we want to change our habits.
Yes, Anna. Thinking about your goal is very helpful. I also try to remember why I want to change. Another method I use is to take breaks. If I work for a long time, I feel tired and lose focus. So I work for a short time, then take a short break. This helps we stay fresh and continue. I think working too much without rest is not good. Balance is very important for self-control and good performance.
I agree, Mark. Breaks are very helpful. Another tip is to ask for support. Sometimes I talk to my friends about my goals. They support me and give me advice. This makes me feel stronger. It is easier to stay focused when someone understands you. I think we do not need to do everything alone. Support from others can help us improve faster and feel more confident.
That is a very good point, Anna. Support is important. I also think it is helpful to track your progress. For example, I write down what I do every day. When I see my progress, I feel proud. It motivates me to continue. Even small progress is important. It shows that we are moving forward. This can help us stay consistent and not give up.
Yes, Mark, tracking progress is a great idea. It helps us see our improvement. Another thing I do is keep things simple. If my plan is too big, I feel tired and stop. So I keep my goals small and clear. This makes it easier to follow. I think simple plans are better for beginners. They help us build strong habits step by step.
I agree, Anna. Simple is always better. Another tip is to be patient. Self-control does not improve in one day. It takes time. Sometimes we feel slow, but that's okay. We should keep trying. I think patience is very important. If we continue, we will see results in the future.
That is very true, Mark. Patience is key. I think we shared many useful ways to improve self-control. Starting small, making a routine, taking breaks, and staying positive are all helpful. I hope our listeners can try these ideas in their daily life. Even one small change can make a difference.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion. I hope our listeners learned something useful and easy to understand. Improving self-control is possible for everyone. We just need to take small steps and keep going. Now, we are ready to move to part 3, where we will talk about challenges and how to deal with them. Let's continue together.
Now let's talk about challenges in self-control. For me, one big challenge is feeling lazy. Sometimes I do not want to do anything, even simple tasks. On those days, it is very hard to follow my plan. I just want to stay in bed or watch videos. But I try to start with a very small action, like standing up or opening my book. After I start, it becomes easier. I think the hardest part is the beginning. If we can start, we can continue. This is my way to deal with lazy feelings.
I understand that, Anna. I also feel lazy sometimes. Another challenge for me is stress. When I feel stressed, I want to avoid my work. I may watch videos or eat snacks instead of working. It is not a good habit. So I try to manage my stress first. I take deep breaths or go for a short walk. This helps me feel calm. After that, I can focus better. I think it is important to understand our feelings and deal with them before we try to control our actions.
That is a very good point, Mark. Understanding feelings is important. Another challenge for me is distractions. For example, when I study, I sometimes check my phone again and again. It breaks my focus. To solve this, I put my phone far away or turn it off. It is a simple action, but it helps a lot. I think removing distractions is a strong way to improve self-control. We need to make it easier to focus and harder to get distracted.
Yes, Anna, distractions are a big problem. Another challenge is losing motivation. Sometimes I feel excited at the beginning, but later I lose interest. When this happens, I remind myself why I started. I think about my goals again. This helps me continue. I also try to change my routine a little to make it more interesting. For example, I study in a different place or listen to music. Small changes can help us feel fresh and motivated again.
I like that idea, Mark. Changing things a little can help a lot. Another challenge is being too strict with myself. Sometimes I want to do everything perfectly. If I make a mistake, I feel bad and lose motivation. So now I try to be more kind to myself. I accept that mistakes are normal. I just try again. I think self-control is not about being perfect. It is about trying again and not giving up. This makes me feel more relaxed and strong.
That is a very important idea, Anna. Being too strict can make things harder. Another challenge for me is time pressure. When I have many tasks, I feel overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. In this situation, I try to choose one small task and begin. After I finish one thing, I feel better and continue. I think breaking big tasks into small steps is a good way to deal with pressure. It makes everything feel easier and more possible.
Yes, Mark, breaking tasks is very helpful. Another challenge is bad habits. Sometimes we repeat the same bad actions, like eating too much or wasting time. It is hard to stop. For me, I try to replace a bad habit with a good one. For example, if I want to eat snacks, I try to eat fruit instead. This is not perfect, but it is better. I think changing habits takes time, but small changes can help us improve slowly.
I agree, Anna. Replacing habits is a smart way. Another challenge is feeling tired. When I'm very tired, I have less self-control. I make bad choices more easily. So, I try to take care of my body. I sleep enough and take breaks during the day. Good rest helps me think clearly and make better decisions. I think health is very important for self-control. If we feel good, it is easier to control our actions.
That is very true, Mark. Health is very important. Another challenge is comparing ourselves to others. Sometimes I see other people doing very well and I feel bad. I think I am not good enough. But now I try to focus on my own progress. I do not need to be like others. I just need to improve little by little. This helps me stay positive and continue my journey. Self-control is personal, and everyone has their own speed.
Yes, Anna, that is a very healthy way to think. Everyone is different. Another challenge is giving up too quickly. Sometimes we try for a few days and then stop, but real change needs time. I try to remind myself to keep going, even if it's slow. I focus on small progress, not big results. This helps me stay patient. I think consistency is more important than speed. Doing a little every day is better than doing a lot once and stopping.
I agree, Mark. Consistency is very important. We talked about many challenges, like laziness, stress, distractions, and bad habits. These are normal problems, and everyone has them. The important thing is to find simple ways to deal with them. I hope our listeners can understand that they are not alone. We all try and learn every day.
Yes, Anna, this was a very helpful discussion. We shared many real challenges and simple solutions. I hope our listeners feel encouraged and ready to try. Self-control is not easy, but it is possible.
With practice and patience, we can improve. Now, we are ready to move to the ending and finish our podcast. Thank you for staying with us.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our podcast today. We talked about self-control and shared many simple ideas and examples. I hope you enjoyed our conversation and found it helpful. Remember, self-control is something we can practice every day. Start with small steps and be kind to yourself. You do not need to be perfect. Just try your best and keep going. Thank you, Mark, for this great talk. I really enjoyed it. I hope our listeners can join us again next time. Take care and see you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. It was great to talk about self-control with you today. I hope this podcast helped you learn new words and simple ways to talk in English. More importantly, I hope it helped you think about your own habits. Remember to stay patient and keep practicing. Small changes can make a big difference over time. I also enjoyed our conversation very much, Anna. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Have a wonderful day, and we hope to see you again in our next episode. Goodbye.